If you've ever been ready for the weekend on Thursday, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. Folks, welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, where we wrap up the first week of March here. And boy, what a week what a week we had. We got a big data print coming here. Non-farm payrolls coming here pretty soon. We're going to break down some of the news as we await that. We got Mark Petrino here today. We got a stock of the day. We got all types of stuff to go through. I'm glad to see a whole bunch of returning faces. The weekend is almost here, folks. Almost time for Mice Down, Drinks Up. Let's go ahead and get it. Good morning, folks, and perhaps most importantly, happy Friday. We made it to the end of the week here. Happy Friday, March 7th. I hope you all had a wonderful Thursday evening, and I hope you all are ready for the weekend. Bonus points. Points don't mean anything, but bonus points to whoever has the coolest weekend plans. Paul, good morning. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Hellcat, good morning. Welcome back. I've been meaning to ask you for a couple of days, Hellcat. Do you own a Hellcat? And if so, is it as much of a beast as it looks and sounds like? You'll have to let me know. Shamir, welcome back. Good morning, King. Hopefully you're doing well. Allzorts, good morning indeed. Thank God it's Friday. We hear Jim. It's great to see you as always. Sun-kissed Yogi, welcome back. Summer of 63, welcome back. Peter, locked in, welcome back. Kindred Duke, what's going on? Let me tell you something. Kindred Duke, a fantasy ace. We've got fantasy aces amongst us. Welcome back, dude. Hope to play with you again. Day Trader, welcome back. Locked in. Day Trader, I got to know, what are your thoughts on the strategic crypto reserve and then the ensuing move in Bitcoin, where as soon as it was announced last night, it sold off? I'd love to get your opinion as well as opinions from the group on what this means going forward. Good morning. Welcome back, boss. Terlingua, good morning. It is time to lock and load. We're gonna lock in here today. We got some green on the screen here. We're gonna see if we can hold that here today. That's gonna be the big thing. Prudenica, welcome back. Jay Harris, good morning. Thanks for keeping us posted like a sticky note. Okay, I'll take that. White Chocolate Mocha, good morning. Producer, it's always good to see you. Tom, welcome back. Larry, welcome back. Hellcat, not yet. I'll get one when I get one. We can talk. Okay. Fair enough. Keep your eyes on the prize, boss. Keep shooting high. Elkneer, good morning. You ready to just make bank here in the first hour and then bounce and enjoy your weekend? Because you've been on a roll. Welcome back, boss. Good to see you. Sleepy Coffee Trade, good morning. Hans, good morning. AVGO, today is AVGO Day. Indeed it is. Actually, producer, I thought of a title for the stream. Did AVGO save the market? Let me know what you folks think. Do you think that the really good AVGO earnings, which we are going to go through here, do you think that's enough to really kind of prop us up? Good question. Sideshow T, Lunar took it on the chin. Yeah, the stock price tipped over, didn't it? LOL. We'll see where we can go from there. Judge, good to see you locked in. Keep spreading that positivity. Glenn, good morning. Nice try, wise guy. Love it. Good morning. Altajix, if I pronounced that correctly. Good morning. Bernhard, good morning. Ralph, good morning. All right, folks, we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and take a look at the SPY here, see what we got cooking here on a Friday morning. So the big thing here, we are finally getting what I have been waiting for, and at some times I've been calling for, and every time I've waited and called for it, I've ended up being wrong because buy the dippers have just said, you didn't say the magic word. Yeah, that's a Jurassic Park reference early here on a Friday, but it is what it is. SPY did trade down here to the 200-day. Yesterday, we bounced off of the 200-day a little bit, meaning that, well, I guess I should say we held it. We didn't really bounce, right? We held the 200-day. We did take a little bit of a peek below, but we ended up closing above it. Today really is going to be the pièce de résistance, I guess. This is going to determine where we go from here, I think. We have the non-farm payroll print coming up here at 8:30. That's going to be the big thing. Market is likely to move on that. And then the rest of the day here is going to be telling. Do we break down from this 200-day? Do we actually get our first close below the 200-day? Or do we get the reflexive bounce like we got here with Wednesday's candle? I'll be honest with you, sitting right here, if I had to bet this right now, I would guess that we bounce at least early on, but I really don't feel great. And if we do bounce, I would be entirely unsurprised that rally got sold. That's what we've seen. We actually saw it yesterday, right? We had a nice bounce in the morning there after a very weak pre-market. That got sold and we ended up going lower. So really what we do around this 200-day, I think, is going to determine the next move. And some of those possibilities for the next move, if we hold this here, would not be shocked to see us trade back up to the 582.30 level, maybe find some resistance there before rolling over again. I would imagine we'd need some global news or something really big in order to drive us past that or drive us maybe towards those highs. Right now, I just don't see it, but we'll see how much that actually means. On the flip side, if we start breaking beneath this 200-day, in particular, if we get multiple consecutive closes beneath the 200-day, I got to think that the 10% pullback level is on deck here. That would officially put the SPY in correction territory, and then we can kind of go from there. We were discussing, I can't remember if it was the morning show or the happy hour show, we were discussing what percentages actually make bear markets. 20% makes a bear market. 10% means we're in a correction. So what happens here at the 200-day going to be awfully important. Can't wait to see. Can't wait to see what we end up doing here. Okay, I did want to talk about a couple of things here. We did have some stats that I wanted to share with you. Excuse me. The first one here comes from Charlie Bilello. I can never pronounce his name right. I'm sorry to all of my all of the people whose name I mispronounce. It's not intentional. I apologize. Anyway, it's a really good stat here. The NASDAQ 100 index gained 73% during this historic uptrend. 73%. This ranks as the second longest streak above the 200-day moving average. If we look back all the way to 1986. I talk about the 200-day moving average quite a bit. It is probably I would say in my experience, it is the strongest moving average, the one that I make trades off of the most. So this stat really kind of stood out to me. Pretty incredible. Another stat that we had here from Ryan Dietrich, our good friend, over the past 20 years, peaks in mid-February and lows in the second week of March are common. Could it really happen again? This is very much akin to the seasonality discussion that we've been having here as a group. I've shared a number of different seasonality charts and opinions from varying sources, and they all kind of say the same thing here. Mid-February to mid to late March, generally one of the weakest periods of the year, and we're seeing it again. And on top of that, it's even more so after a presidential election, almost like they just want to get some of the bad stuff out of the way first. And that's exactly where we find ourselves. So one of the things that we're going to be looking at here as we enter the second week of March, do we actually end up making a bottom like this? Or is there more headwinds ahead? Or do we have more trouble ahead? We'll see what happens with all of the tariff stuff. We'll see what happens with all of the global conflict and the Ukraine-Russia war and all of that stuff. But we're setting up here for another potential bottom or near-term bottom, I should say, in the middle of March, second, maybe even third week of March, and we'll see if we can get that there. Pretty interesting stuff. Just the market's been resilient. The market has been resilient. Okay, let's see. Okay, day trader. Let me get. When I get to the Bitcoin, I'll go ahead and cover all that. Appreciate you giving your thoughts here. Before we do that, though, let me go back here. I do want to cover. I say it tongue in cheek, but one of my favorite stocks in the world. That's of course Costco. We're going to talk about it here. The stock has been an absolute monster. Speaking of the 200-day, if we zoom out here, look how long it's been since Costco has even been in the area of the 200-day. May of 2023. May of 2023, Costco just an absolute monster here. It's down 2% here today on the back of the earnings. Honestly, this isn't even really all that bad. I wouldn't be shocked if this gets bought even today, but maybe even over a couple of sessions here. Costco remaining strong here. Now, a couple of things to discuss from this report. First of all, we'll go over some of the report itself, but there were some interesting comments from the CEO that I wanted to pass along to you folks as well. Costco reported second quarter revenue of $62.72 billion. You're welcome. I'm there every weekend, beating the consensus estimate of $63.13 billion. That doesn't sound right. How did I think that's just printed wrong. The membership-based retailer reported second quarter adjusted earnings of $4.02 per share, missing analyst estimates of $4.10 per share. Net sales in the second quarter were up 9.1% year over year. Comparable sales in the second quarter were up 8.3% in the US, 4.6% in Canada, and 1.7% in other international segments. Total comps climbed 6.8%, and total e-commerce increased by 20.9%. Looks like they're firing here on all cylinders. And the e-commerce sales, this one particularly interesting to me. I have gotten in the habit of checking Costco's website for different deals. They often have a lot of different deals on specific items. Some of the best ones that you can get there are the large furniture items because they almost don't charge shipping or install, and they really help with that. You can get other things like sporting equipment. For example, golf clubs are often available online and then not available in the store. The shipping's really good with Costco. So it's just interesting to see that the e-commerce sales continue to climb here. I wonder what that's going to mean if we continue to see that more and more. My experience with Costco's e-commerce side has been nothing short of phenomenal. So I will keep doing that there. Costco noted that net sales in February totaled $19.81 billion, up 8.8% on a year-over-year basis. Net sales for the first 26 weeks of the year were up 8.3% year over year. Membership fees came in at $1.19 billion, up from $1.11 billion in the prior year's quarter. What's amazing about this is that I am an executive member at Costco. I don't even feel the renewal because every time my subscription renews, it comes with a reward certificate. And since I have become a member of Costco, every year my reward certificate has been more than the renewal. So I don't even notice it or care about it. And you can see here it makes up $1.19 billion of quarterly revenue. Just insane. Really, really awesome. Costco raised the price of its annual store membership by $5 in September of 2024. I didn't even blink. Didn't even matter. Marking the first time the company's membership hiked since 2017. 897 warehouses, 617 in the US. The company ended the quarter with $12.36 billion in cash. Company is an absolute monster. Now, from the call, we got some more stuff here, and I think this is really what's going to be important going forward here on Costco. Acknowledging the impacts of tariffs, Ron Vachris, the president and CEO of the membership-based retailer, said during the earnings call, quote, "When it rains on everyone," end quote. I think it's supposed to say when it rains, it pours, but nonetheless, I like his version as well. Approximately 1/3 of Costco U.S. sales are from imports, with less than half of those, coming from China, Mexico, and Canada. Interesting. So a lot of imports, approximately 1/3 imports, but less than half of that 1/3 comes from the three countries center stage right now. This indicates a significant portion of their merchandise could be subject to tariffs. The CEO reiterated that Costco will continue to rise to this challenge by leveraging, quote, global buying power, strong supplier relationships, and innovation, end quote. Goes on to, Gary, says, quote, "Our goal is to always be the first to lower prices when we see opportunities to do so, and the last to increase prices in the face of raising costs." That's Gary Millerchip, the executive VP and CFO of the company. "They will likely absorb some cost increases to maintain their value prop and competitive pricing." So here you go. I think that this is definitely a positive outlook here on the backs of all of the hand-wringing about tariffs and how much the consumer is going to hurt. Costco, one of the premier retailers here, telling you that they are going to do everything they can to make sure that that does not get passed on to the consumer. Also, if these tariffs are actually being used as a negotiating tactic and have a short time frame, That's even better news for the consumer here, at least according to Costco. Management also explained how its merchandising flexibility with its treasure hunt approach allows them to readily replace and substitute items if necessary, offering some buffer against tariff impact and specific goods. However, the management added that for certain categories like fresh foods with tighter margins, passing along some price increases may be unavoidable. And there you go. And we've talked about that quite a bit. We've actually heard about that, especially as it comes to eggs and such. Furthermore, Vacra said that the tariff situation is very fluid, quote, but we are prepared and well-equipped to lower prices to defer any cost increase. So Costco here giving you some pretty good news. Again, just kind of going back to the chart here, this is down 2%, but boy, oh boy, that doesn't really look like a whole lot. I actually would not be shocked today if Costco dipped a little bit more. I would love to see this get down to the 200-day moving average. I would definitely be a buyer if we got down to the 200-day moving average. I would add to my existing position. However, I'm just not sure we're going to do that here in the near term. First thing to tell me that we're even going to try and make a move down to the 200 would be losing some of these other moving averages that we have, namely the 50. Also worth noting that this $1,000 level, pretty much a prior resistance and now support. So it's even possible that we bounce here today shortly after the open. We'll see here on Costco. Stock's an absolute monster. The company is absolutely killing it, and there's nowhere else that you can get a hot dog and soda for $1.50. That is for sure. Okay, now let's talk about the strategic Bitcoin reserve. Here's the news. Trump creates a strategic Bitcoin reserve funded by forfeited assets. Quote, I made the promise, end quote. This caused Bitcoin to dip 4%. And this is kind of what I wanted to talk about. I did want to get some of these stats out of here first. Okay, and here's the cool part. The reserve, the executive order to create the reserve will not cost taxpayers. So David Sachs here tweeting just a few minutes ago, President Trump signed an executive order to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve. The reserve will be capitalized with Bitcoins owned by the federal government that were forfeited as part of criminal or civil asset forfeiture proceedings, which means that it will not cost the taxpayers a dime. And this means that it will not cost taxpayers a dime. He added, the U.S. government estimated to own about 200,000 Bitcoin, but a complete audit has never been conducted. I would think that they would have to do that. Now, real quickly here, day trader, appreciate this. I was asking you and anyone else that has an opinion on this to please share it here. I saw reports that whales flushed Bitcoin down to 84K to liquidate leveraged longs before the announcement runs it back up. If the news is not bullish enough for crypto bros, it could flush back down again. Interesting. You know what else is interesting about that is that flushing it and bringing it right back up, that's exactly what happened. We actually, what was the low on that? Let me go back to the crypto chart here for Bitcoin. Go ahead and share it. You can see that that's actually what happened, right? We traded all the way down to what, like 87? Am I sharing the screen? I am. We traded all the way down to about what? Yeah, just below 88. So 87 and some change here. This thing traded all the way back up. We were actually above 90K here this morning. So day trader, that's exactly what we've seen here. Would not be shocked if we continue to see that. I'm curious to see how Bitcoin trades today, especially after we get the non-farm payrolls print. So we'll see. But if we hang around 90K, we could see a 10% move either way. I'm concerned it's back down when this disappoints crypto Twitter and the bros whine. Interesting take. Okay, so you're thinking that the crypto bros wanted something maybe more than they got, and as a result here, maybe we could actually sell off from that. I think that your 10% either way, that actually sounds pretty darn good. That sounds pretty darn good. Another quick look here at the daily chart on Bitcoin. We're right back into the support area that we've carved. We were unable to take out the downtrend that we've currently been in since the end of January this year. This trend line break, I think, is really what we're going to need to move higher here. And then we're going to need even more juice, because right up here at about 110-ish, 108 to 110-ish, we've got the makings here of a pretty nasty double top. So not only do we have to get off the support area over the downtrend line, but then we also need to take out a double top that goes back to what was the date here? Last year, about middle of December last year. So the blue line here, by the way, is the 200-day, which we talk about all of the time. Even Bitcoin respects the 200-day. You can see a nice clear bounce off that. It'll be interesting to see where we go from this. Really good stuff there, day trader. I know that you follow this quite a bit. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, let's see. What else did I miss here? Morning, Natalie. Morning, Anne-Marie Band, Brandy, Market Sniper, Topsky, Jonathan. Oh, my goodness. Day trader was going on. I was reading that there was disappointment. This said it would be budget neutral, thinking it wouldn't be bullish enough. So you're thinking here that this is not actually bullish enough. The executive order or the creation of this reserve is not actually bullish enough. I think we'll see how this trades here today. I'm encouraged to see it up off of that pull. But like I just outlined, we have some pretty significant mile markers that we need to get over in order to change this here. Topsky saying, can you give your opinion on Tesla? Topsky, you're in luck, man, because I don't think a day goes by here where we don't have multiple opinions about Tesla. I did see it was selling off here in the pre-market. We'll absolutely take a look at that here pretty soon. Okay. You were saying it's very good for Bitcoin, starting to become more stable long-term investment. I would love for this to be the case. I think there are so many Bitcoin haters out there that I think we're still kind of a ways away from this actually truly being very, very stable. I personally agree with you here. This is a great long-term investment. I've been doing that myself, started when it was 6K. So with you on that, I'd love for this to stabilize. And I'd love for some of those higher price targets to really get hit. I know 150,000 was something Tom Lee thought we might see here in 2025. If we can trade back down to the 73K, I would add some more, then let's double and go to 150K. That would be something else. Man, oh man, that would be something else. Okay. Ryan, I think we're more likely to see Texas get the bill passed first for the strategic Bitcoin reserve. Okay. What's some more context on that? Why do you think that? I suppose I would say, what stock is going to follow Bitcoin? Good question. I do think that some of the Bitcoin related stocks are likely to follow this. I'm skeptical that the miners are better plays right now. I almost think some of the exchanges, like my favorite, the way that I would play this if I was playing it with stock other than Bitcoin would be Coinbase. Let me see how that actually trades here today against Bitcoin. We'll see how we go there. Harris mentioning strategy, ticker MSTR, joining the S&P 500 is the real catalyst for Bitcoin. If and when that happens, everyone and their retirements will be exposed to Bitcoin. This is an excellent point, Harris. This is an excellent point. Now, it's interesting that you're choosing strategy here because, boy, oh boy, I feel like we talk about MicroStrategy, or I just did it again. We talk about strategy, ticker MSTR, quite a bit here. Does seem like there's plenty of people that think that this is still a Ponzi scheme, but you're bringing up a really good point. Any Bitcoin-related stock that gets added to the S&P 500 means that everyone will have exposure to it. What that actually means for the asset, not too sure, right? If we diversify more out of the crypto bros hands into everyone's hands, what does that mean for the price? Will it be less volatile, more volatile? An interesting thought experiment. I think you're onto something here, though. I'm not sure if strategy gets added to the S&P 500, but that would be something. That would be a notable headline without a doubt. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Creation. Good morning, Virgo. Good morning, Izzy. Great to see you back here. Good morning, Born. Born here saying higher highs and lower lows. It's going to get going. Born likes Bitcoin. Oh, yeah, thank you. And then another one, Jay Harris, you were asking what stock is going to follow Bitcoin. Izzy's hitting it right on the head here. Hood absolutely can be a Bitcoin proxy. It's not, like I was saying about Coinbase, kind of like the exchanges more than the miners. Hood would be another great example of that. So those will be some stocks that we can actually check here. Is he taking it one step further here? Hood will go S&P 500. Mark my words. Okay. I love when you folks push your chest out and make calls like that. That is awesome. And we obviously, no one is right all of the time. Do not be afraid to make calls. Even if they're wrong, it's okay. We can still learn from all of that. So, okay, interesting stuff here with Bitcoin. Can't wait to see how this trades. What time is it? We've got 24. We've got about 6 minutes till mark. So you know what that means? We're going to talk about Broadcom. Let's go ahead and get it. Let me go back to my chart tool here. Pull up Broadcom. Reset my watermark. I know. It's annoying, but it's going to be fixed soon. Was just working with the team on that. Okay, so here you go. So Broadcom, did it save the market? I guess that's my overarching question here. Here's a look inside. We did pop yesterday on earnings. Broadcom shares trading higher following better than expected Q1 financial results. If we go to those here real quick, let me do that, and we'll come back to the chart here. Broadcom reported first quarter revenue of $14.92 billion, beating analyst expectations of $14.61 billion. Nice little beat there. The semiconductor company reported first quarter adjusted earnings of $1.60 per share. That beat the analyst estimate of $1.49 per share. Total revenue was up 25% on an year-over-year basis, driven by the strength in AI, semiconductor solutions, and infrastructure software. So, okay, good report here. Beat on the top and the bottom line. This is doing a really good job of holding its gains. I know we are off the 214 highs here a little bit, and actually in the pre-market, we've dipped below 200 here today. However, we're still holding higher here by 9%, and frankly, that's not what we've seen from some of these other tech names. When you zoom out to the daily chart, you can really appreciate all that happened here with this report, and it kind of paints a picture for, well, how is this going to finish here today? Because that's going to be important too. Broadcom, ticker AVGO, doing a couple of things here in one foul swoop, as they say. We are bouncing off of the 200. We are also bouncing off of the downtrend line that started here with the yen carry trade unwind, which really smacked technology even more so than the DeepSeek scare. We also reclaimed the 196.08 breakout level that we had before. This is previous resistance that we broke through on some monster earnings. Now we've actually back tested it, dipped beneath it, and recaptured it. That should actually make this a pretty good support. So your key level here today, 196.05. Current price is 196.20. Looks like so far it's holding that. I want to see it hold over that here again today. I want to see that hold over here again today. And actually, let's see. The upside here, thank you. The upside target that we really want to take out next is going to be that 100-day. That's at 201.40. So not only do we need to cross the round 200 number, but we would also want to take out the 100-day moving average there. So Broadcom, it'll be interesting to see how this trades and where it closes. What do you folks think? Do you think this closes green? Do you think we pull here today? And then, of course, did Broadcom actually save the market here? Yes or no? Let me know what you think about that. We'll go back here to the report. Let me just go through a couple more stats here. Q1 AI revenue grew 77% year over year to $4.1 billion, and infrastructure software revenue grew 47% year over year to $6.7 billion. We expect continued strength in AI semiconductor revenue of $4.4 billion in Q2 as hyperscale partners continue to invest in AI XPUs and connectivity solutions for AI data centers. So giving you an optimistic outlook there on Broadcom. We'll see if this can hold here today. We're at a pretty important point, and this seems to be one of the stocks that really has been kind of key. Anne-Marie, weekly closes will be very important today. Big lines in the sand. Indeed. And actually, just kind of looking at Broadcom, look at this candle that we have. Look at this candle that we have. We have the makings of a pretty nice hammer. Again, this coming down to the 50-week, the trend line, and a recapture of one of the key levels that we've already identified here. So, Anne-Marie, just looking at AVGO here, it's pretty clear that the weekly candle or the close of the weekly candle is going to be quite important. Really good stuff there. Really, really good stuff there. Okay. We are 2 minutes away here from the non-farm payroll. This is going to be the biggest economic event of the day. We do have some other Fed heads speaking. Bowman, Williams, Kugler are going to speak today. Jerome Powell is going to speak today, and then Kugler just is going to speak twice today, which I guess I didn't realize there. So I'm going to have some other Fed head talk there as well. 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes until we get this data. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and bring on our good friend here and special guest, Mark Petrino. Mark, good morning. Happy Friday. How are you doing here today?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing really, really good. It's been a kind of a turbulent week, but it's been a really good week. And we are one day closer to my birthday and one day closer to the March Madness basketball tournament. And we're always getting one day closer to golf season. So I'm as happy as a clam here. Now, we are waiting for this non-farm payrolls data print that's likely going to affect the futures here. But I would say we can go ahead. Let's see. We're a minute away. So let's see what that print is, but I do want to hear about the stock of the day and any lessons that you have here today. I did kind of preview it because it was a copper stock, and we've actually been talking about copper here pretty recently. So the timing on your call here could not be better. Could not be better. So I'll go ahead and if you want to get started, if you wanted to share your charts, I'll go ahead and keep my eye on this data print. I will probably interrupt you when we get it, though.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just looking at this Southern Copper. All right, so let me share my screen here.
Okay, perfect. Tesla, by the way, is spiking here. Apple's spiking. Did we get the data print out? Yes, we did. Okay, so sorry. U.S. non-farm payrolls for February, 151,000 versus the 159,000 estimate. That coming in a little light there. USA average hourly earnings for February, 0.3 versus the 310 estimate. The prior read was 0.4. That's right in line. USA unemployment rate for February, 4.1 versus 4.0. The prior read was 4. Market S&P futures trading higher off this news, up about 0.5%. We are still popping, although we are up off the highs. We are moving higher here. USA private non-farm payrolls for February, 140 versus the 142,000 estimate. The prior read was 81,000. Looks like the market is liking this print here.
All right.
All right, Mark, let me go to your charts. What do you got for us?
Well, so we talked about Southern Copper on one of the days. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of interest, I guess, in the quote unquote the tariff stocks. But I just want to point out that one of the things that we always talk about here is how important certain price levels are. So Southern Copper goes into this big move lower or trend lower, news this, tariff that, Trump this, Trump that. But guess what? Forget all the news. Where did it find a bottom to within pennies? Pennies, right? On this day here, this was Monday. We go back here and look, this was resistance back in July of 23 and December of 23. So even though it was over a year ago, this just shows you how certain price levels just have more importance than others. I mean, it's not a coincidence. See, what happened is there's people that sold at the peak back here who at first they were like, oh, this was a good move. They sell and then the price goes lower. But then when the resistance breaks and the price goes higher, a lot of them tell themselves, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have sold. If I can buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So when the market goes into this big sell-off, where does it find support? Once it gets down to around this level, you get all these remorseful sellers coming into the market placing buy orders, and it put a floor under it, right? You tend to get support at levels that have been resistance before. This is all in the context of, or I guess in the theme of, you need to let the market tell you what to do. How many people bought in here and they were just guessing? Oh, Southern Copper is down 5%. I'm going to buy. Southern Copper's down 2.5%. Oh, it can't go any farther down. Oh, Southern Copper's down again. I'm just going to go buy. Well, those people got run over, right? It's the people that said, where should I buy? Oh, how about that? I know there tends to be support at levels that were resistance, and they came in. And I mean, it's really amazing if you think about the size of this company and how much stuff is going on in the world that these levels could be so precise. But they are, and that's it. The charts don't lie. Now we got this rebound, and where do we run into resistance? The level that had been support. This is not seller's remorse. This is buyer's remorse. People buy at these bottoms, and at first they thought they did a good thing when the price went higher, but eventually the support breaks, and they say, I made a mistake. If I can get out of this at the same price I bought it at, so I can get out at break even, I'm going to. So when we rally higher, where do we run into resistance? The level that was support. So this chart here, as are many charts, is just a perfect illustration of these principles that we talk about. One of them is knowing where the important price levels are.
Yeah, it really is amazing. To your point, it's amazing that some of these levels continue to hold. We see it over and over too. It almost doesn't matter. I know you're talking about a copper stock right now, but it doesn't matter what we take a look at. We're going to ask you to take a look at Tesla at some point here today, because one of the cult stocks here. It doesn't matter if it's Tesla, copper, or the S&P 500. These levels continue to become important. What do you got here on SPY?
Yeah, I mean, look at where the SPY sell-off ended, at least temporarily, right at the same level that was the bottom back here. So this is also seller's remorse. People sell, and the price goes higher, and they're like, oh, if it ever gets back to my price and I could buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So it's not a coincidence that this is where this sell-off paused and has found support over the last 4 days or 5 days, including today. So pretty interesting. Again, how many people were just like, oh, the S&P is down 1.7%, the S&P is down 2%, whatever. I'm going to go buy. Well, they were just
It has to bounce. That's my favorite. It has to bounce. It was down, so it has to bounce. No, it doesn't.
I mean, stocks can go down a long place or a long way. I mean, look at some of the Reddit stocks. They're down, from their top to their bottom are down like 90%, 95% on some of them. So let's look at Tesla. But anyway, yeah. So, I don't, it's like, I don't want to sound like I'm beating a dead horse to death here, but it's like, if you're a trader, what do you worry about? Well, you worry about price levels. If you're a mechanic, what do you worry about? You worry about, fixing transmissions, or I just got a leak in my power steering, whatever. So $1,200 later, I got to go pick my truck up in a little while. But that's another story.
I'm with you on that. Real quickly here. How about Tech, TECK? Can we take a look at that's another copper stock here that the chat has been bringing up line? I know you've been talking about tech for a little bit. Let's take a look at that chart and see what it tells us here and see if we can make any similarities to some of the other copper stocks like FCX and SCCO.
Well, now, excuse me. So when I look at this, I don't really see a trade here because it just looks kind of range bound. But you can see, there's your resistance level.
Hey, you bring up a really good point here. You had just mentioned that this is range bound, and we're talking a lot about some of these different levels that are just incredible that they continue to appear. Do you ever?
So to me, this is, when I'm looking for a trade, I'm looking for something that looks like it's going to move imminently, and you could even see here, right? Here, what was support there became resistance over there. So when I look at something like this, I mean, I don't know if there's any news coming up on it, but it's pretty neutral. It's in the middle of the range. The momentum's neutral. Unless some news comes out, I don't really see this moving much. What I like to look for is things that are overbought or oversold, things that are at support or at resistance, because unless there's news, that's what makes stocks move, right? Why did we get to this level here that was support back here and stop? Well, we talked about the seller's remorse, but what happens is you get a lot of people that want to buy around this price, and sometimes they start to think, there's other buyers coming into the market here. This is why the stock's not going down any lower. I don't want to miss out. So I was willing to pay $39.50. I'm going to bump that up to $39.60. Someone else could be like, that person's going to $39.60. I'm going to go to $39.70. And you get this snowball effect. So this is why a lot of times when you get to support, you rally off of it. It has nothing to do with the news, has nothing to do with what they're saying on, various financial media, because the media always tries to put a story to something. They never, the vast majority of movement in a market is just because of your short-term technicals and psychology. It has nothing to do with whatever the news story du jour is most of the time. What moves markets? Well, earnings will move a market, or interest rate stuff will move a market. But you can look at any headline page and it's like, market up on this, market up on that, market down on trade tariffs, market up on trade tariffs. It's just noise. And I think you're better off, other than the Benzinga news, ignoring all the other news that's out there.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair though, our news is what we're trying to do is we're trying to give you right down the middle information about financials. So I totally understand. It's not if it bleeds, it leads type thing. It's if it's being looked at by traders, then we're going to report it. Real quickly, you were just on the last chart there. You were doing a really good job kind of showing that the stock was range bound. With the market trading basically off technical levels, do you think that a range-bound trade like that makes sense, or would you rather trade something that's like a more clear breakout or breakdown? Are you interested in range trades at all?
Not really. I mean, generally, there's two ways to trade a range. One is that you buy at the bottom of the range and you sell at the top of the range.
Hmm.
The other is that you wait for the stock to break out one way or the other. But my kind of forte is I like trading reversals. That's what I do. And if something is oversold and it gets to support, or if something is overbought and it gets to resistance, well, then there's a really good chance it's going to reverse. But there's no guarantee that it's going to reverse. So when something like when you get to a situation like that, say something is really overbought and it's at resistance, well, we can wait for the reversal to start before we jump in. And a lot of times it's easier to make money on the downside than it is on the upside because stocks go down faster than they go up. I mean, you can see
Elevator
that right
down,
here. Look
stairs
how
up.
fast they
Yeah.
go down.
Yeah. And you know what, Mark? You know what stock best exemplifies what you were just talking about? One of your stocks of the day, EA, from weeks ago, did exactly what you were talking about. This thing really kind of sold off. It was oversold. It sold off down to a support area. And look at that reversal. It's
Oh yeah.
still, look at this.
Are you still in this?
Oh yeah, I got a trailer still on. I've made 2 sales off of this when I purchased around 115. Hundreds of I'm using options, so I've been up both sales. The first one was 100%. The second one was like 250%. I got a trailer on now for the 140s, and I got 2 weeks left. I think we're going to go in the money on these.
Yeah. See, my target here would be quite simply right up around here, 139, 140, right where this former support level was, because there's going to be people that bought here that have been holding on to their losing positions ever since. And if it gets back up to their level that they bought at, they could say to themselves, here's a chance for me to get out of this thing at break even. So I'm going to. So that's why support can turn into resistance. But yeah, it was, a lot of things came together here. It was really
Yeah.
oversold. We had big volume, massive sell off, and now we're refilling the gap.
Yep.
Oh, you know what else I noticed we talked about is the Palantir. We talked about that with a gap refilling. And we were talking about that when we were right back like around here. So as we talked about, and you can see that right here, one of the reasons why we get support is because you get the people that sold trying to buy their shares back at the price they sold them at. If you gap, meaning we closed here and then the next day we opened up here, there's no trading in there. So if there's no trading, there's no one who sold. So you're not going to have that group of remorseful sellers trying to buy their shares back. So when the sellers come into the market, they have a hard time finding buyers and they got to really knock the stock down. So this is a really perfect example of how you gap one way and then you spend some time consolidating. And if you get back to those same price levels going in the opposite direction, you can move quickly right back through them. Because if we gap, there's not going to be a lot of vested interest. Whereas here, people sold at the peak, there is vested interest. And that's why they're going to buy their shares back here. So some old Wall Street expressions are kind of silly, but some of them make sense. And one of them is that gaps refill.
And we see that in a plethora of different charts. Okay, Mark, we got to get to Tesla. Otherwise, the chat will not let me enjoy my weekend. If we don't cover Tesla, I will have big problems here today. So let's take a look at that and see what we can chart. I know you also wanted to take a look at Broadcom. Giddy up. I'm all for that too.
Ooh, now look at this, right? Look at where Tesla is. Now, we had talked about this as a potential reversal trade. So we're down to the level that, we found support, not surprisingly, at the level that was resistance. So this could be a situation where we have a stock that is what I would call set up, right? Think about if you go to like a race, the starters like on your mark, get set. So they're set up, but they haven't said go yet. So what could the go signal be here? In other words, I'm anticipating a reversal in Tesla. What could happen that would make me think, you know what? I think that I have more conviction now. I think that this reversal I'm anticipating is actually starting. Well, one could be if the RSI gets back above this horizontal red line, that could be a potential trigger. That's
I
something
call
I would
that a
look at.
reclaim. I call that a reclaim of the oversold area.
Yeah, exactly. Because if something is really oversold, what does that mean? It means that the sellers are really emotional and aggressive and they're just selling at any price. Now, before the market starts to go up, well, that oversoldness kind of needs to come out of the market. So as things are going back to normal, well, that could be indicated by the RSI getting back into the neutral range, and that could be your trigger to jump in. Another way you could potentially play this as another trigger would be your old trend line. Pretty simple, right? Just okay. I'm just going to watch this thing. But if it gets back above 265 and it breaks above this downtrend line, that's where I jump in. That's going to be my trigger. And then the third way people look at this stuff, or I should say a third way that's kind of common and effective, is to look at what price levels have been important in the short term here. And I would say 280. So if we really kind of take a close look at this, you can see 280 is where we opened there. It was the low trade here, the low trade here, the close there. So now so besides the RSI or besides the trend line, you could say, all right, if we get back above 280, that's where I jump in. That will give me conviction that this reversal I'm anticipating is actually starting. And it might not. It could keep going lower. But when you have the trigger, that helps you from getting run over a lot of the time, right? It's because you're not
Yeah.
just guessing. The whole idea is take the guesswork out of it.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Let me ask you a follow-up question on that, because that's gold there, I think, especially for the traders that we have here. When you look at levels like this, how do you plan stop losses around these levels?
Well, let's just say, so we know that this is an important price level, right? So let's just say that the stock or the trade got triggered and the RSI moved up. So that's my trigger. And now I
Mhm.
go along. Well, think about what is your initial stop? This level that's been important, 265. If we're going to buy it, if the RSI starts to head up, we're probably going to buy it around 268 or maybe 270, right? But you have a clear price level here that you know is important that you could use as part of your stop out strategy. So it's like, all right, I bought this at let's just say hypothetically, 268. Well, if it gets back down below 265, I'm going to just take a small loss and get stopped out there. But it doesn't mean take it off your radar screen. You might
Mhm.
just be a little bit early. The stock could end up rallying a few days later. So it's okay to take losses. I mean, the best traders in the world take losses. They just don't take big ones. So that would be my initial. And then as we started to move higher, then you put in the trailing stop like you have on with the EA. The great thing about trailing stops is that you can be wrong and you can still make money. Like you could say, all right, I just bought this at 268. My target is 330. That was a former support level. Now let's just say it starts to go up and it gets to about, I don't know, 310 or 305, and then it rolls over. Well, if you have a trailing stop, if you say, you know what, I bought it at 268, now it's at 280. If it reverses by $5, I'm just going to sell. So let's just say it gets up to 305 and then it reverses and gets down to 300. So you sell it. So you bought it at 268, you sell it at 300. You were wrong. It didn't get up to 330 where your price is or your
Mhm.
target is. But because you had a trailing stop, you're able to walk away with money. So you were wrong, but you still had a good trade.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you know what? I'm really glad that you just mentioned, if you stop out of something, first of all, it's okay. It doesn't mean it is not the end of the world, right? You didn't take a big loss. And then you also mentioned don't take it off of your radar. And I got to admit, Mark, this is probably one of my biggest flaws as a trader is that when I get stopped out of something or when I have an idea or a thesis that doesn't work and I get stopped out, instinctively, I look for the next one. And sometimes I take the stock that I was initially looking at, I put it on the back burner. It sets up again, and then the move happens. But because I was so distracted by something else, and I was early the first time, I end up missing it. I'm glad that you mentioned that because even I need a reminder of that. That's something that I'm currently working on right now.
Yeah, I guess it's just human instinct, or because a lot of people do it, and it's like, all right, well, a situation like this, the stock is down, it's at support, it's oversold. Maybe you get a false signal, and it you take a little bit of a loss. Like a lot of people will just take it off the radar screen, but guess what?
Yep.
The stock is still oversold. It's still at support. Maybe we were just a couple days early, and that's I think that's just human instinct is like, all right, I lost on it, so I don't want to look at it anymore. But
Yeah.
that's once again, we talk about all these like psychological hangups that people have that prevents them from being successful. And that's one of them. And I don't know what you would categorize that as, bad trade, go away, or whatever emotion But
Yeah, you know what? You know what? I think I would definitely classify that as kind of an emotional reaction. And then really on the flip side of that, it's the opportunity cost, right? Like it's like if you spend time looking for something else, you had all of this thought on a particular thesis, maybe you were a little bit early, and now you start looking at something else, the opportunity cost of missing that is greater than you'd want it to be. It's definitely something that I need to work on. I'm really glad that you brought that up.
You know what I was looking at yesterday, what I
Mhm.
wrote about for our stock of the day was Valero and Marathon.
Okay.
Because oil has been getting crushed, but oil is now down to a very uh, important support level around 67, 68. But if we look here, this is Valero, and I just thought that this was pretty interesting because it just shows you the old triple top, right? Getting to resistance at another resistance level, and that's because people that buy up here are underwater and they hold on and they're like, if it ever gets back up to where I bought, I'm going to sell. So
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
just like buyer's remorse can turn support into resistance, it can keep resistance intact. Now, on a trading point of view, we could end up getting the old double bottom, right? Here was one bottom and we're getting pretty close. It looks like we're up a little bit this morning, but I would have this on the radar screen. If this thing gets down to, 120 or 118 or so, there's a chance we get a reversal there. And not surprisingly, Marathon chart looks pretty similar. Although here you have the old double top. Whoops. Right? Resistance at a former
Yep.
resistance level. But here, again, we get down to around 130 or so. I think there's a good chance we're going to have reversal. Now, the 67, 68 level on oil has been support for like 2 years. So that's very clear support. So my suspicion is that it's going to hold and bounce, and which means that these stocks will rally. So yeah, we wrote about this yesterday. I think those are two good stocks to have on the radar screen. But keep in mind, you don't want to buy both of them because they're very correlated, right? And they're going to go in the same direction. So if you buy Marathon and you buy Valero, you should figure out
You
which one
hope
you
it
think is
works.
going to move more, and that's the
Yeah.
one that you should get into.
Yeah, hope it works if you buy both of them. Otherwise, it's 2x the downside. Okay, were there other stocks that you want to take a look at? Can we take some from the chat?
Yeah, sure.
Nvidia, that's always gonna get asked about. If you want to do
Okay.
Alcoa first, we can do that too.
Nvidia. Let's see here. A lot of people were talking about. I've listened to a lot of different podcasts and commentary and so forth,
Mhm.
and there just seems to be a pretty like a misunderstanding, I guess, amongst a lot of people about the way the market works. Because a lot of people were saying, well, these numbers are really good. So why didn't the stock rally? Maybe it just wasn't good enough, or whatever. But here's what we call, going back to the old expressions that mean something. It's what we call the crowded trade or the buy on the rumor, sell on the news. And think about it. If everyone who wants to own NVIDIA buys it ahead of the earnings, and this is the day that the earnings came out here, we have this big bearish pattern here.
Mhm.
If everyone who wants to buy it buys it, then there's no one left to buy it. And the market can only go up if there are buyers. So this is what we call the crowded trade or buy on the
Mhm.
rumor, sell on the news. For example, in the institutional world, generally people weight their portfolios by percentages. And you say, you know what, I want to have 5% holding in NVIDIA. 5% of my money I'm going to put into NVIDIA. Well, once you do that, you have a full position. So when the earnings come out, good, bad, or indifferent, you're not going to be buying anymore. So this is another psychological thing. News can be really good and the stock could still go down. And this has actually happened on NVIDIA a couple times over the last
Yeah.
couple of years where the stock was down after they reported really good earnings.
And what you're also describing here, it sounds like to me anyway, is that this is another reason why you don't want to own stocks necessarily at peak earnings. Because even if they come out with a good earnings print, who's left to buy at that point? The stock's likely not going to go up. You're probably going to get a sell off even after a good print. The whole goal is to try and own those prior to peak earnings, not through peak earnings.
Yeah, the famous story is where Joe Kennedy back in the 20s, he was the patriarch of the Kennedy family.
Mhm.
He was a Wall Street guy. Back then they would call him like an operator, but I guess it's the equivalent to a modern day hedge fund manager. But the story is that he was going to work and one day he was getting his shoe shined and the shoe shine boy started giving him stock tips. And he went to the office and he sold everything and he shorted everything and the market crashed and the rest is history. And the idea is that, well, if people that aren't usually buying stocks like shoe shine boys are buying stocks, there's no one left in the food chain. So it's nothing. It's not a diss against shoe shine boys. It's
Hmm.
just, that's how it works. I mean, I distinctly remember back in the internet bubble, if I went out to dinner with some of my trader friends and the waiter heard you talking about stocks, they would start telling you what stocks they bought, or the car service driver would always tell you like what they were buying. And back at the very end of, I have my own story. Back at the end of 21, right when the market was peaking, I had a plumber here because I had a leaky pipe, and he saw my screens and he told me that, we were talking, and he asked me if I was a day trader, what I did, and so forth. And he said that one of his friends, actually two of his friends, one was a HVAC person and the other was a plumber, had left their jobs to become full-time day traders. Right now, that was the very, very, very top, and that was like the whole Reddit bubble and
Hmm.
all that stuff was going on. But history repeats itself, and this is why they say, like, you sell when everyone is really euphoric, because if people are euphoric, what do? They invest their funds. And when they
Hmm.
run out of funds, then the market can only go down, and vice
Hmm.
versa. If everyone's panicking, they sell. And once the market runs out of sellers, it can only go up. So we really need to look at this short term trading through the prism of psychology. And what do these charts tell us about supply and demand? And what do they tell us about psychology? So now, if I'm looking at NVIDIA, the level that was support, right, which is, let's call it 115, will this become resistance now? We could actually even tighten this up a little. I would move this down here because you see where that open was there, and
Yep.
so I would say 114.70, right? Notice how, is this yesterday? Yeah, yesterday the level was resistance, right? We rallied, we got back up to here, but what happened by the close? The sellers took over, opened there, got up to there, but the sellers took over and pushed all the way down. So that tells us that there's a lot of sell interest around this level. So if I was thinking about going long Nvidia and I wasn't long right now, I would wait for the stock to get back up above this level. So I'm willing to give up a couple of dollars. In other words, I'm willing to pay 115
Hmm.
instead of 111, because I think the odds will be more in my favor if this level here doesn't become resistance. I mean, it has a little bit for now, but that's what I would be looking at there. But yeah, I mean, until it gets back above there, it's probably just going to go sideways or start to trend even lower. And for me, the next buy price I would look is just down at this former bottom here around 103.
Okay. Okay. Real good stuff. One more, and then I'll get you out of here and you can start enjoying your weekend. Eli, we're going to get to the movers here in just a sec. AMD, partly because AMD somewhat related to NVIDIA here, and there's a potential thesis here about AMD really kind of closing the gap in the GPU market. So one of the things I want to take a look at here is the chart. Let me know what you see here in this chart.
All right. What I see is it's going to be, well, so this is, let's see what price this is here. All right, we're going to call it 95.60. We don't want to get too price sensitive. We were thinking about more about ranges, but look at on this day where the opening trade was. This is Tuesday, March 4th. Opening trade was 96. And back here, you know, so right around it. So you can see that the level that was support there became support there.
I'm pretty
And
sure
now,
one of those levels that you just highlighted was 95.99. It was literally off by a penny.
yeah, I mean, it's really, I think people really take this stuff for granted. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of technical analysts, frankly, aren't very good and they don't understand this stuff. Like they'll look for patterns, but they don't understand the price action that makes the pattern form. Like, for example, here we have our old bullish engulfing pattern, right? Which is a reversal pattern. And sure enough, it was. It
Mhm.
told us that the bulls had taken over. So forget the name that it's a bullish engulfing pattern, right? Or it's an outside reversal day in Western lingo. Let's just think about what's going on here. So the bears are in charge. They're knocking the thing down. On this particular day here, you would have said, you know what? It's going to be another down day if you looked at this thing in the morning, because the opening price was lower than the prior day's close. But what happened by the close? Well, the buyers totally overpowered the sellers and pushed it all the way back up. And it ended up closing at a higher price than the prior day's open. So it engulfed the trading range of the day before. But forget the name. Just think about this. The red team is in charge. They're pushing the ball down the field. And then it's like the blue team makes the old goal line stand and pushes it all the way back up and overpowers the Bears. So this tells us that the leadership is changing in one day. So now here you have the opposite. You have the bearish engulfing pattern up here, right? And again, forget the name. Let's just think about what this shows us for the price action. The blue team is in charge, pushing it all the way up the field here. It looked like it was going to be another up day because the opening price was higher than the prior day's close. But what happened by the close? The sellers overpower the bulls and push the price all the way back down, right? So these are just pretty common patterns here. But if you understand what the pattern is illustrating, as opposed to knowing what the name is, that's what we're really after. There's all kinds of candlestick charting names, and I don't even really know what half of them are. But there was a point where I did, but it's not important. What's important is understanding the price action. Like, look at this here. We talked about gaps before, right? If something gaps or moves really quickly through price levels, you don't have a lot of time to get this big vested interest formed. So look at what we have here, a situation where you have a fast move up, you spend some time consolidating, and then you reverse really quickly right back through those same price levels because there just isn't a lot of interest there. Whereas you have the same stuff going on in a range, but you're spending way more time at the price level, so there's way more interest. Okay. So I think you can even see it up here, right? Fast move up, fast move down. So all else being equal, if you're looking at something that's like at support, a stock that moved really quickly or gapped down to that support, if it reverses, it's probably going to stage a bigger reversal than a stock that slowly trended lower to that support.
Okay. Real good stuff there, Mark. We have been promoting your Substack this entire segment, so we'll take care of that for you going forward here. Don't worry about that. One more question to get you out here. Can you please ask this question to Mark? Do you use bear call spread as your strategy?
No, I don't. Because if I trade options, it's because I think something's going to really move. So, I don't really use spreads, or I just go longer, or, I just buy puts or calls.
Okay. Really good stuff, Mark. We cannot thank you enough here. Love the educational corner here on Friday. Do me a favor and have yourself a great weekend. We'll catch up with you next week. All right.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a good weekend.
That is Mark Petrino. How lucky are we that we have this type of expertise every single week? Really good stuff. Really good questions. Appreciate all of you bringing out the, tickers to take a look at. I think we covered most of them here. Mark's departure leaves room for 13. Let's bring him on. 13. Happy Friday, boss. How are you doing here today?
Oh, I'm just going down the rabbit hole. How about you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, actually. My day started really early today, and I'm doing great. No rabbit holes yet, but the day is young, buddy. The day is young. Okay, real quickly here, just a quick look. S&P futures now have turned negative after that initial pop on the non-farm payrolls. We're actually lower than we were at before. I know, 13, I normally ask you what you want to do, but unfortunately, I'm not going to do that here today because the chat told us what we're going to do. They are ready for the movers.
And what they say is what they get.
That's exactly right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by taking a look at the movers list here. We'll run through those. Any extra time that we have, be happy to take a look at any of the charts that you folks want. Okay, so first here, the first ticker on the movers list is going to be PSTV. This is one we've absolutely traded before. This is Plus Therapeutics. Plus Therapeutics shares are trading higher after the company reported a peer-reviewed publication for a phase 1 results of one of its drugs. I'm not sure what that drug is. Maybe you've prepared for this one. Let me take a quick, shows safety, response, and potential efficacy for glioblastoma. So there you go. Thank you, Benzinga Pro. I had no idea what that drug is, and just simply continuing to read allowed me to do that. A quick look around the horn here. Short interest, 1.03% of the float shorted with 2.18 days to cover. That's because the stock trades 6 million shares. Today we've traded 32 million shares. I don't think you're going to have any trouble covering up those shorts if you want to. 5.78 million shares in the float. This actually has some analyst coverage, and it's universally positive. 13, what do you think here? Ticker PSTV.
Well, good morning, everyone. Took a look at this one, and yeah, great job on getting the name of that drug out. So yes, phase 1 data, peer-reviewed, by the way, which is great. But looking under the hood a little bit here, what's coming up next for them is they are currently enrolling in phase 2, trying to get patients to try this drug for that trial. That's supposed to complete in December of 2025, that phase. So a little bit of a future catalyst there for you in PSTV. As far as the share structure, we have 5.78 million shares. Company does need cash, but it looks like they just raised it earlier this month with a $15 million private placement. So seems like there's a less likely chance that they're going to need to do another offering. I don't think that they're going to need to raise more than the 15 million for their next phase, but I don't know enough about how fast they spend it in order to know if that's going to be enough for the entirety of the rest of the year for their phase 2. But in any event, I think we're already covered on that front for funding, at least for the purpose of this trading today. The thing that's concerning about this stock is that the news came out yesterday, and it just very, very slowly over the course of the day ran up into these numbers. So, and that was like in the morning, and it was halted, unhalted. We had some movement in the morning. It didn't really start to take off until closer to the lunch hour. Came back in, and then it just ripped into the close. So I'm going to treat this with a little bit of caution, because I think that the majority of the move may have already come and gone. And what I'm going to be watching for is if we start to lose the 200-day SMA, the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, which is I have down at 165. So we're currently trading beneath VWAP. It's looking like we're still in a downtrend right now. Not seeing that we're trying to turn around yet, but we could be. Seems like 185 has been the support area lately over the past several minutes, maybe for the past hour. But I'm just going to treat this one with a little bit of caution, because, like I said, I think the move is in. We triple topped in the after hours, and we have not recovered since then. So this would be one I would wait for it to go lower out of the open before I start trading it, if I trade it at all.
Okay, really good stuff. By the way, if we just take a look at this 5-minute chart that 13 was just talking about, look at this top that we just made. We were just talking with Mark about how some of these levels really come into play. Of course, Mark's always looking at a longer time frame than a 5-minute chart, but look at this. We still have that topping formation. 13, I think that's a really good breakdown on that. Okay. Some more stuff that's moving. We got definitely a couple here on this list. I do see GV is back, so giddy up. We're going to be all right. Next one here on the list is going to be Wheeler. This is WHLR. This is Wheeler Real Estate Investment Trust. This is one that we've talked about quite a bit. This thing likes to move a lot. No fresh news on this. Looks like it's up just about 24% after yesterday. Yesterday was kind of a weak day. We did pop here. This was Tuesday morning. We popped, dropped, and went lower. I'll be honest, at a glance here, I don't really trust this, but 13, do you have anything on this one?
I didn't take a look at this one because we've traded this before. We know what it is, and we know what it does. This thing can provide trades, or it can provide misery. So for me, I think I would just pay attention to some of these other ones. I don't know how much we're going to get out of this one, but if it provides setups, we'll try and trade it. But I didn't look at this one because I think there's some better things to trade.
I completely agree with you. Call this an honorable mention. We have some more important movers here. Okay, next one is going to be PDSB. This is PDS Biotechnology. PDS Biotechnology shares are trading higher after the company announced the initiation of its versatile 003 phase 3 clinical trial. This popped the stock excuse me, this popped the stock from about 135 up to 170. We've backed off some of those highs so far. Short interest here, 10.7%. So definitely has some short interest and 12.48 days to cover. The reason it's that high is because the stock trades under 500,000 shares on average. Today, we've already traded 3.4 million shares. So maybe some squeeze potential in here. We'll see how that all shakes out. Float of 43.3 million, a little bit thicker than some of the other stocks that we trade here on a regular basis. What do you think about this one?
Well, this one is one of the last ones I looked at because the move started happening, not too long ago, less than half an hour ago. So it wasn't initially on my scanner when I saw it, but 43 million shares in the float. It looks like they just recently had a couple of directors, some insiders, buy more stock at around 83 cents. That was on Monday. So very timely a purchase for them as this is surging now. What I also noticed is that they announced a $22 million direct registered offering. So I don't think that's closed yet. So I don't know the status of this offering, or if they could, close it today. But it's supposed to be priced at $1.50 for 7.33 million shares. So we're slightly above that. I would be a little bit careful with this one. I don't know where this is going or how much of an impact that offering is going to have today. But like I said, this is one of the last one. This is actually the last one I looked at, so I didn't dive too deep into this. But phase 3 initiation, that's going to give you a future catalyst of that phase being completed and announcing the results. So also don't have an idea how far out that is. So it could be much later this year, or maybe even sometime next year, as these trials take a lot of time to complete.
Okay, real good stuff there. PDSB, this has got a pretty decent catalyst, so we'll see if this one gives us some trades. Okay, now the one that I know everybody is waiting for has actually been good to us this week. Yeah, obviously on Wednesday had the really big move here. GV is back. Visionary Holdings here, ticker GV, Golf Victor. Visionary Holdings shares are trading higher after the company received an order for 12,000 new energy vehicles. This popped the stock from 4 to 550. And although we've backed off that high, we are still holding higher here, up 6.3% in the pre-market. Again, just to kind of remind you on some of the stats here, 3.13% of the float shorted with 1.13 days to cover. Pretty negligible in terms of the short interest. The float right in our butter zone that we really want, 2.58 million shares here. 13, what do you think? We're going to get another repeat here in GV here today? I'll be honest, just kind of looking at this is actually at a level right now from the 5-minute chart. Right now, this 510 level seems to be pretty important. What do you think on GV?
I think these wicks, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, these wicks are kind of indicating that this could roll over, but I think it's really going to be determined on whether or not it holds VWAP, and it just tested it. So if we don't break over this 553 level here pretty soon, then probably could come back in. But the formation that we have here does look pretty decent. If we do start continue to rise, then I have upside levels here. It looks like the first one, based off of yesterday's price action, that we might see some resistance is going to be about 585. Just under 6 there. And then after that, I have 665 from when we were trading this previously. And I've got some other levels to the upside as well, but I'm not exactly sure how high this is going to go. I mean, this has had a lot of news lately, and I think, frankly, some of the news we've had previously might have been a little bit better than what we got today. So I don't know exactly how much we're going to get out of this, but if we start hitting these levels, like that 585, 665, and then, of course, I have 885 after that. We can also draw on the highs that we had from yesterday, which is going to be at about 715. So those levels are going to be the really only thing that I'm paying attention to, because we already know about this company. We know what their situation is. We know their float's very small. Excuse me. So I'm just going to watch for setups in this one, and if it provides them, then we'll try and trade it. But I don't think the news today is better than what it's been getting earlier.
Okay. Real quickly here, Kathy saying, isn't GV an education stock? Indeed, Visionary Holdings is a private education providing company located in Canada with subsidiaries in Canada and market partners in China. that offer high quality education resources to students around the globe. So yes, it is there. Okay.
So an interesting new energy angle, isn't it?
Indeed. Walgreens Boots Alliance, ticker WBA. Walgreens Boots Alliance shares are trading higher after the company entered into agreement to be acquired by Sycamore Partners. So it looks like Walgreens going private here. As someone that grew up in Chicago and has been bailed out of countless emergencies by Walgreens, I'm glad to see that it's not going away, even though the stock is struggling. Should be a private company going forward here. So that's also popping here. It's also worth mentioning, we don't think we really need to cover it. Hollow's popping here on a little bit of volume. We'll see if this gets rolling when the market starts. Yeah.
The other two I took a look at were GENK and ONEG. And I thought the second one was pretty interesting. I can get to that though.
Yeah, let's talk about those, but I do want to leave time for Lunar because we definitely need to discuss what's going on with Lunar. And I'm just preparing you here. We might have a moon landing hoaxer amongst us with Aura Alpha here. We might have one here.
They did go to the moon.
Just saying. Just saying. Look, just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. We're gonna make it a spicy Friday here. Okay, let's make sure that we leave time for that. You wanted to take a look at GENK.
Yeah, that's one of the ones because I was going through the list of movers and I was just going with the top performers that were over $1, and Gen K and 1G were the only other two aside from the ones we covered already that were up. So Gen K up on fourth quarter earnings. It's slightly profitable. It has 4.24 million shares in the float. And I didn't get too far into this one because it's a dining play, and we just had a conversation about how some restaurants might not perform well, especially if the consumer is weakening, and they're tightening out how much they spend. So I'm not sure how much we're going to get out of this one, but I thought it was going to bring it up because it was already moving this morning. So. Just wanted to make sure I got that out there because it might provide some trades, but I don't know how much we'll get out of it.
Okay. Quick look here around the horn. 7.88% of the float charted with 4.69 days to cover, 4.24 million shares in the float. Definitely does have a little bit of squeeze potential here, but the float right in the butter zone that we want here, GENK. Okay, what was the other one that you wanted to go over?
1G.
That's the ticker?
Just ONEG.
Got it.
So this one is moving on no news. It's a recent IPO, and it's a steel contractor in China. The reason I'm bringing this up is because this was China's having their two sessions meeting. It's an important meeting with their party and discusses how their next 5 years and are going to be planned for their economics, and it's basically it's basically how they discuss policy going forward. And one of the things that they discussed was that the cuts to steel output for 2025 is planned to be much smaller than expected. And I'm not saying that this is directly correlated with that, but the fact that this is a new steel company, no news. And we had that news out of the two sessions regarding steel output. I thought that was possibly the correlation here with why this is moving, because there's no news, as I said. So I think I was just putting those connecting those two dots because I think this could get going if we've seen that, like a lot of these junk plays just completely take off for no reason. And I just wanted to flag this one because I thought that the news combined with the news from the second two sessions, combined with the fact this is a steel IPO, made this an interesting one. It's probably going to have some eyes on it, maybe some foreign traders pushing it around. So just thought that there was a little connection there. Nothing I can confirm really, but I just was looking at one thing, saw this other thing, and I thought maybe there's some kind of connection there. But anyway, that's ONEG.
Okay. ONEG. EG, here you go. Good stuff. Nice job uncovering one that we don't normally take a look at. Interesting. Interesting stuff there. Okay, I'm going to flip over to the losers here on the movers tool. And yep, the one at the top of the list here is Lunar. The stock price tipped over, it looks like. Lunar here getting absolutely pounded, down 20% yesterday, down another 36.6% here today. Intuitive Machine shares are trading lower after the company's lander experienced technical issues. So I'm going to turn this over to you because the space theme has been your baby, and you have been absolutely fantastic at covering that. Before I turn it over to you, I do want to address one thing here.
Sure.
Prove to me anyone went to the moon. No problem, Aura Alpha. When Buzz Aldrin went to the moon in the 60s, he left a reflector pad on the moon that is actually still used today. We shoot a laser to the moon, it bounces off of the reflector pad and comes back to Earth, and we're able to accurately measure the distance and perhaps more importantly, the change in distance of the moon to the Earth. The only way that reflector pad could have got there was it was laid out by a human. That man's name is Buzz Aldrin. I pay on confirmation $500. Awesome. Email me. I'll get you my PayPal. We'll settle that up today. Now, 13, Lunar, what's going on here?
So they are now 0 for 2 in their landings on the moon. Their first one, we confirmed that was tipped over, so not successful. Second one here, they are going to be taking images from their satellite that's orbiting the moon to kind of get an idea of what the orientation is. That's what the whole problem is with this, is that they touched down onto the moon, but they are it was not in the correct orientation. Don't exactly know for sure what that means, but it sounds like it's not in the upright position that it needs to be to conduct some of the tests that they were there to conduct anyway. But don't know if that's going to affect any of the other rovers they have there. So we'll probably know in a couple of days when they have those images from the moon that we'll get an idea of what their orientation is. Now, they're still able to communicate with this lander. They're still able to get some of the systems to respond and work. So, I think there may be some hope for some of these things, but this is not, something I would suggest. Oh yeah, let's buy this major dip and this is going to turn around. There's no guarantee that's going to happen. This was actually pretty nice to trade on the way down during the regular session yesterday, but this isn't something that I'd be holding now. And it was a pretty sad day for space flight in general yesterday, because you had this happened. So Lunar is now 0 for 2 on their landings. Yeah. And then you had SpaceX launch their Starship test flight, their 8th test flight, caught the booster, but the attitude control from the Starship just went haywire. I don't have any details on what went wrong with that yet, but ultimately that had to break up and fall back down to Earth. So now their SpaceX Block 2 configuration is also 0 for 2. So not a great day for spaceflight yesterday. 2 0 for 2s in some pretty prominent industries that we've been keeping an eye on. So as far as Intuitive Machines goes, they do have another launch coming up in October. And, depending on how, what kind of news we get and what NASA is saying over the next several weeks, that's going to be something I'll keep an eye on to see if they end up canceling that or if something else happens with the launch. But so far, October 2025 is when they're supposed to go up for a third time.
Okay, so between now and then, what's the trade here on Lunar?
Well, here's the thing. This is one that I've been keeping an eye on as far as the chart goes, because it was putting in a head and shoulders pattern, and it's resolved. I'd say that it's pretty much resolved. This is, if not more so. And now we're down here trading underneath the 500-day SMA. I could see a big bounce coming, especially with how low the RSI is and how much it's sold off. But if this is something you're going to trade based on the low RSI, if you're going to trade this bounce, I would just suggest that you be very, very careful with this, because I think this is very out of favor right now, because their whole thing has been these lunar landers, and so far they have not been able to get one to successfully land on the moon and do its entire mission. So there could be even further downside, and we could be see another gap fill. I don't even know if it filled in the pre-market. It might have, not quite. There's a gap fill that could be coming down to under 6.
Okay.
Actual number here. That would be 587. So we could see end up seeing a gap fill today. I don't know if we're going to reverse and then start recovering. But like I said, this is not having a great time, and the company has so far been unsuccessful in their deployments of their landers. So I would just wait for a base if I was going to try to trade this, over a much longer period of time to the upside.
Okay, so that's really good. First of all, I do think 650 might be some type of support area, but I think I like what you said there about making this form a base. We actually just talked with Mark about potential trade setups and then triggers. I think one of the things that we would really want to see, have this consolidate, form a base, then we feel a lot better about trading this to the upside, especially with some of the catalysts that you were identifying there. Okay, really, really good stuff. We did make it through all of the movers. I don't think we missed any of them. I guess we can take a quick look here at Acon because this was really moving. This one got absolutely destroyed yesterday. I'm certainly going to avoid this. It is worth noting that we did trade up a little bit here in the pre-market on some volume. So maybe a spot to watch if you really like this would be if we can get above the VWAP, maybe we challenge the 209, 210 high there. I'll probably pass on this given all the other stuff that we've got going on. Quick look across here. Oil actually trading to the highs here. Oil up 2% here today after being really brought down here recently. I don't know if any of you have seen that at the pump. Gas prices definitely have been lower recently. But okay, what else do you want to do before we get open? We've got 6 minutes. You want to take a look at any stocks? Does the chat want to take a
if the chat wants to look at
the chat is busy. The chat is busy right now arguing about the moon, which is rather entertaining here on a Friday. But TSM, okay, we got one here. We got one serious answer here. TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor. So 13, I don't know if you've taken a look at this recently. By the way, GV did break to some new pre-market highs. So keep that on your watch list here for the open. Here's TSM, right? So we lost the 200-day. We tried to recapture it in short order. You guys have been hearing me say that some of the setups that I'd really be looking for here is maybe a move beneath the 200-day and then a recapture of that 200-day, perhaps a build or a consolidation, and then a move higher. Well, on TSM here, we tried to do that and we got rejected. This is actually rolling over here. So the big level that I'd want to look at here, 172 3/4. The absolute dead low there is going to be 171.07. I would be concerned if this breaks. I think maybe we can come in towards that 500-day. I would really want to see a recapture of this 200-day in the next several sessions here to think that there's any more type of bullish upside. 13, what do you see here? Ticker TSM.
It looks like this is going lower.
Sure does.
Just looks that way. You have the breakdown through the 200-day SMA. It found a bottom down around 170.5. Came back up to back test the 200-day SMA, rejected, and now it's heading lower. I would think that we make a new low here, especially when you have a stock like this one. And there's some other stocks that we've looked at, like the Max 7s. That have gone on this massive run and haven't interacted with their 200-day SMA in a very long time. You almost got an interaction with this one back in August when we had the yen carry trade on the line, but it didn't quite get down there. So this isn't really broken beneath its 200-day SMA since November of 2023, and we just got the breakdown recently at the end of last month. So unable to recapture this. I think this is going down along with all those other ones that have lost their 200-day SMA, back tested it, and have not been able to recapture it. And there's several of them there, and they're mostly the Mag 7 and the semi names that have all this set up. So more downside is going to lead to a death cross, which is likely going to lead to more downside. Yeah,
I'm with you here. And in fact, a setup like this, where we actually pierce through the 200-day to the downside, back test it, unable to get above it, I'll tell you what, that is a short setup if I've ever seen one. Let's see if TSM does indeed roll over here. That confirmation might be better for other short trades that we're going to take here. So, okay, really good stuff there. TSM, anything else that you folks want to take a look at? Broadcom, we already looked at. We actually had Mark look at. Costco, we looked at as well. 13, anything else that you want? You guys are mentioning penny stocks here, I think. SUNE is just a penny stock. I don't want, we can do that in the regular session. Let's not waste time on penny stocks now. Anything else that you want to take a look at, 13? I guess if you don't, we can take a look at the penny stocks if we're out of real stocks.
Well, I see that Line Atlas is mentioning that Micron looks good, and it doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look great either. The thing for me is that this has been sideways for quite some time now, since August, and seems to have. Let me look at a longer time frame here. It seems that it's having a hard time getting above some level. I think that's just over the 200-day SMA. Let me check here. Yeah, so the 200-day SMA has been pretty problematic since it got down into this consolidation, this sideways price action back in August of last year. And the support has been coming down around the 85, the 83, 85 level. And now the 500-day SMA has also kicked in to help support. I'm not sure I like that it's continuing to hammer the 500-day SMA. It looks like it may end up going back down to about these lows that we're seeing in this consolidation, which is around 85. So I think that if we do go down to 85, there could be a pretty good bounce that takes it back over the 500 and has us go over $100 again, kind of like the price action we've been seeing for the past half year. I don't know what's going to break out of this consolidation here, what the news is going to be. But if semis are weak, I would think this is going to be weak too. I don't want to poo-poo anybody's trade here or idea that this is turning around and going higher. I just need to see more evidence of that. And right now, the evidence that I'm seeing is that the 500-day SMA is still getting tested quite frequently, and it looks like if the price wants to go to 85 before it moves back up.
Okay. All right. Good stuff there on Micron. Let's see. There were a number of other stocks. We'll take a look at a couple of these. We don't have a whole lot of time here, folks, but we will take a look at them. Microsoft was another one at MSFT. Microsoft did, in fact, bounce off its 500-day. It's really been unable to capture the 20-day moving average. And I think the last time we took a look at this, 13, you were highlighting that this thing has recently death crossed. I got to imagine you think that the death cross here really has not resolved yet, despite the move down to the 500. Is that fair, or am I whistling Dixie?
The thing that I need to see when it comes to a death cross, I need to see a clear drive through to the downside. We're open, by the way, of the 50-day SMA moving down through the 200-day SMA. We've only got this oscillation, this back and forth there. So to me, that kind of weakens the death cross case a little bit. We've seen these before where they kind of just oscillate and then they turn around and come back up. So I'm going to just be a little bit more cautious with this, but I would like to see a recapture of 405. That seems to be 400 and 405. Those seem to be important levels to get back above.
Okay. Ding, ding, ding. We are, in fact, open.
All right.
Stella. Good Friday. Good morning. Happy Friday here. Powell will be speaking today. How are we navigating through today? Will SPY go green or will we go back down? Thanks for the levels yesterday. My puts paid. Powell does speak today. It's not only Powell. Powell's at 12:30, but we got a bunch of other Fed heads going here today. Bowman, Williams, and Kugler are going twice. So we're going to see some of those. All right, let's take a look at GV here, as that is beasting. To the moon, right? To the moon, just to kind of drive up some more arguing here.
Already hit the 665 level, got as high as 670, trying to come back in now. We want to see this hold above that 585 if we do see this come back in, because that's the resistance level that we just broke out that I was telling you about when we were talking this in the pre-market. So I want to see 585 hold. That would be just a little bit above VWAP. And if we hold above there, then we could trade back up and push through that 665 area, and we can start looking for the 885 and other targets. But that's what I want to see out of GV. It wasn't on this one when we opened here. So congratulations to those that captured it on the way up here. But just be careful of some retracement.
Okay, real quick, for the penny players that wanted to take a look at soon, which is Sun Nation Energy here, we did spike right there in the pre-market. We're coming in here. I mean, honestly, I'd be looking at this 47 cents and then the VWAP beneath. I'm going to completely pass on this because penny stocks are a waste of time, in my opinion. But soon here, first move down out of that open. GV continuing to pump, will halt here, I believe.
Yep. Looking like, nope.
Okay, BRB 1 sec, 13.
Just popped up to 714. Now it looks like it's going to halt. So we are getting that consolidation at that price and halted. So if we hold, so what I want to see next, since we broke through this and with some volume, is when we open, we might get a little bit of a, unhalt. We might get a little bit of a spike and then come back in. We want to see 665 now hold as support if we're going to target that 885 level. So that's what we would want to see out of this one next. And Lunar's ripping was very oversold, but like I said earlier, if you're going to trade this one, be very, very careful. But that low RSI play, yeah, you're going to probably get something like this out of the open, and then it's going to probably trap some people. So like I said, be very, very careful. Somebody mentioned earlier, you don't want to be the liquidity for the people trying to exit this. So just keep that in mind. I know it's very attractive with how low the RSI is and how hammered it got in the after hours, but understand the risk that you're taking with this one. Trying to trade this to the upside. We were just talking about how Lunar's bouncing, and and just be careful with it, because this could trap some people that are because there's other holders that are trying to exit this, and this is the liquidity they would want to see in order to get out.
Okay, if you start bag holding this, you might go the way of the people that couldn't get through the Van Allen radiation belts. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to have some fun with it here. Lunar is bouncing. We'll see if we reclaim 9 on this one. Let me also get my options scanner here ready to go. We'll see what we can get rolling. Boy, it's a frisky Friday here on Benzinga's pre-market playbook. That is for sure. That is for sure. The market here also trying to bounce. So I know we went lower after that print here. Market is trying to hold in. And a quick look at the breadth here. SPY, Dow, and Qs all have positive breadth. The Russell about flat. The NICE, the weakest here.
So we actually bounced off the lows from yesterday's regular session. So if you look at like a 5-minute SPY chart, you can see that kind of, and it's not, they're not both regular sessions, I don't believe, but we seem to have formed a little bit of a double bottom when you look at smaller time frames. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to trust this, because we have all kinds of Fed speak coming today, and the market could just turn around as soon as they start talking.
The 570 level, I know we didn't actually print it yesterday, but that 570 level, that would represent for me a yesterday's intraday bottom. I'd really want that to hold if we moved lower here on SPY. Getting reports here that Costco is moving down, thankfully. So here's what I would say. So I'm long, and just to be clear, I'm long Costco. Okay, I'm long Costco. The reason I say this is a good thing is because Costco has been one of these really prickly stocks for me. It's been very, very difficult, because every time I want to buy it, I say to myself, don't buy it when it's up, buy it when it's down. And then when it's down, I say to myself, this is an expensive stock. Maybe you ought to wait for this to go a little bit lower. And then it doesn't go lower. And then I sit there like, I'm a dumbass for not adding this. So I've actually forced myself to start buying this here when it trades down. Now, my question to the group here, where is the next spot where this thing finds support? Here we are. We're going right through that 50-day moving average at 988.89. We've actually broken through that. We do want to see a close beneath this. I've got the 100-day here, 961. Maybe that's some area where we find some support and kind of turn around here. What are your thoughts here, folks? Where's the buy spot on Costco? If I had to say this right now, I would say your ad spot is, in fact, going to be that 100-day. I call it 961.
Sweet one. I agree with the things that you're saying about the lunar mission. And that's why I was mentioning that when we get the image from their satellite that's able to capture images that's around the moon to see what the orientation actually is, then we might get some better news on it. But yes, the points you're making about how some systems are still working, the radios are still working, that's great news. It's encouraging news. But I think there's going to be a big catalyst in the form of that image that we get from the satellite. So we'll be getting that in probably sometime maybe next week, early next week, I would say.
All sorts here, 100-day, in my opinion, on Costco. Indeed. I'd be kind of waiting that out. And I'll tell you something else. If the market really just kind of falls apart, all of this stuff, I would be a buyer here at both these moving averages, the 961 and the 910. The reality with Costco, at least in my personal experience and my personal holdings, even if this thing goes down, eventually it's going to turn around. I go to the store every week. It is my favorite brick and mortar store. I have no problem owning this. You guys sometimes hear me say, know what you own, have a thesis. Costco fits right in there. I'm a buyer at both of these levels of, both the 100 and the 200 day, if it continues to come down here. Wisdom here. Ryan, I love that we can all have different thoughts, but love and respect each other and others' opinions and boundaries. What a beautiful community. Indeed. You can always count on that here. And if you are someone that cannot respect someone else having a different opinion, you are probably in the wrong place. Just a word of warning there. Okay.
We live by one phrase here that can really, GV is ripping now. We live by one phrase. Get back to it. We live by one phrase here that I think can iron out all the disagreements that anybody has with another. This is what makes a market. We need the bulls, we need the bears in order for the price action to happen. So if you don't agree with somebody that is saying one thing about a stock, then we'll fine. Take the other side of that trade. That's all you have to do.
Yep.
We don't have to get nasty. Just, put your money where your mouth is.
Indeed. Indeed. Peter's saying, I hate the PE on Costco. Personally, wouldn't touch this high. Peter, that's fine. Let me ask you a follow-up question. What level would it take for you to be more comfortable touching Costco on the long side? Let me know what the answer to that is. Okay, let's keep rolling through some of these here. GV, is this halted to the downside now?
It's about to be. And almost there.
Halted. Tesla. Yes. Well, boy, Tesla's had a wild morning already. We barely have been open for 10 minutes here. Tesla now taking out the pre-market highs after really kind of retesting some of those pre-market lows here.
PSTV, this one that had the news from yesterday, slightly higher, but still not able to get out of the consolidation from the pre-market here. Still have the 260 highs that it was triple topping in the after hours. So that would be an upside target if this continues to go up. 240 would be one of the first targets, and then of course the high that I just mentioned, 260.
Yeah, PSTV, this is actually a good VWAP recapture here on volume. 240, I think you're dead on with that. 240 going to be your next spot to look at here. PSTV, oh, I'm sorry.
Usually
Apple
I have
at the highs. Sorry, just shouting it out there. Sorry for running you over here. Apple ripping out of the open here right to the trend line. We were actually unable to get above this area yesterday. That would be notable if we can't get above it here today. Buffalo by Bicycle says, I've never been in a Costco. Oh my God, I take back everything I said about having different opinions. You have to leave. Just kidding. You should go to the Costco, though. They're pretty awesome.
Yeah, they have free food.
That's the craziest thing. The way I do Costco is I do it right when it opens on Saturday, and the free samples aren't out. But if you like free food and free samples, check it out.
Or cheap hot dogs and pizza.
That's true. I do. I like the slice of pizza. I like the $1.99 slice of pizza. That sets the day right here. Wheeler, we did pop here earlier. We were trying to hold above the pre-market highs. I don't trust this name. Honestly, I really don't trust this. I wouldn't be shocked if this came all the way in. Hawaiian Electric is trading up here today. This is one that we've been following since those fires in Lahaina. Positive report on Hawaiian Electric from Evercore. Interesting. So it looks like I don't have access to it here. Evercore doing a research report. They're positive here. Ticker HE. That stocks up 12.5% here today. So you got a whole bunch of you penny stock players, man. You guys are sticking it to me here today. The top 3 movers on the scanner are all penny stocks. Looks like the junk is going here. BTOG reclaiming VWAP here. Icon going for the pre-market high here. And then the other one was PEV, Phoenix Motors. This trying to recapture the VWAP. We also have a catalyst here. Phoenix Motors shares trading higher after the company projected 2024 revenue of 30 to 31 million, up from 3 million in 2023. Company set a 2025 target revenue of 40 to 50 million. So actually some pretty good news there, despite this being a penny stock.
Did you happen to cover the Tesla gap that could potentially get filled today?
Well, we asked Mark about Tesla. Let me bring this up here. We can do the gap fill that you're talking about. Let me put Tesla up on the big chart here.
Yeah, because we've mentioned this.
And
earlier
you know
this
what?
week.
I've got so much stuff on here. You're not even gonna be able to see it. Let me hide some of these drawings here real quick.
It's an art
Okay.
gallery.
What's that?
It's an art gallery.
I suppose.
With all those drawings. Anyway.
I suppose. At least it's not a banana. Okay. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah, so we've talked about this several times this week about how the November 5th and November 6th gap that was created by the election. That's the next gap to fill, and we've already been trying to fill it ever since we've moved beneath the 200-day SMA. It still looks like there's a possibility we may end up filling it today or sometime early next week. That gap fills at 255.28, so not too far away from there because the low that we put in was 258.97. So just a handful of dollars away.
I'm surprised 13 hasn't mentioned Wheeler.
Well, because we already talked about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that he's joking, but I'm not entirely sure. McDonald's getting mentioned here. Let's not have the egg debate again. We got to the bottom of that. They are real. McDonald's, this actually, man, I tell you what. So I was actually talking with Mark earlier about how sometimes I have thesis and I'm early. And one of the things that I struggle with the most, are when I take something off that doesn't work, I have a propensity to forget about it and not go back to it. McDonald's, a prime example of this. Tried to play for the 303, 305 breakout here. We didn't get it. It dipped all the way down to 280. Jay Harris, I think you were following on this one. Well, look what happened. As soon as we got back up, we did what we were hoping for it to do, and we might actually get this break above the all-time high to send us to 320 here. And I'm not in it to take advantage of it. Ugh. Oh, well, McDonald's popping again here today. Ba-da-da-da-da. Egg beaters, Ryan. Egg beaters. Like, why didn't I see that joke coming? Anyway.
Well, you have some other space names that are doing okay, but we won't worry about that right now. I was just looking at MDALF. That's an actual space play. But anyway,
Fubo trading up here. Watch the 310 area. Good mention here. Good shout, Kevin. Really needs to break 310 to get higher than this. You can see this 310. Look at the resistance here.
Oh yeah, moon eggs are much better. They're really out of this world.
For any of you that took that EA trade, let me know if you're still in it. We out here. 140 in sight here today. And in fact, at this point now, especially with this being a trailer, probably end up closing this up here today. The trailer calls that I have on, I paid 55 cents for. They are a 250 ask at the moment. Boom. Boom. What a good trade that was. And you know what? Patience actually paid on that trade. I didn't make a mess of it like I like to do with some of my other ones. Oh, and we got some snowfall here in Chicago. How about them apples?
Are they from the moon?
What, the apples or the snow?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to.
I know. I'm trying to play along. What do you want me to say? I'm trying to play along here.
So let's see, what's the deal here with Merck? Because somebody was mentioning that that's going to the moon, and it's had some pretty nice movement this morning. It's up at almost $2. What's the heat map look like? Do we have?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because I was just wondering what kind of sectors are moving the most. Is healthcare looking good? The healthcare is looking great, actually.
Healthcare is looking all right. We really only have one laggard in there. It's ISRG. I guess Lilly is a little bit, but it's only down 1% here. Consumer staples also very strong. Walmart's pulling back a little bit. Costco, as we discussed, already had or is pulling back a little bit from the earnings. That's actually already trying to bounce, by the way. IT saved by Broadcom here, so that is a pretty green sector. Energy and Utes all green on my heat map here.
Dollar General, my weakening consumer play, that's not doing too bad. I like this one instead of, well, I want to own Costco at some point and Walmart again, but yeah. Those have done so well that they're Their multiples are very, very high. This Dollar General, on the other hand, they're not. And stock's been hammered because they've been spending so much money trying to open stores. But now that they've done that, they're pretty well positioned for serving weak consumers across the nation. So I think this is going to be a good one in the long run, Dollar General.
Baba here. This is trading up. By the way, market is pushing up here. S&P futures continue to trade higher here, up 0.3%. We are pushing from the open here. NASDAQ, same deal. Dow, same deal. So that breadth reading that I gave you earlier, all of it positive now. SPY, Dow, Qs, Russell, and Nice, all positive breadth. In and out of the SPY calls, 50% gainer, done for the day. Big B's, boy, you didn't waste any time. Any time. Have a good weekend, man. Enjoy those beautiful beaches out there in Thailand. I love the egg jokes, by the way. Shout out here to Jay Wild. Moon eggs give me asteroids.
That's awesome. I guess Lunar has come out with news that they have started to perform some of the operations. So it doesn't appear like their spacecraft is completely disabled, like a lot of folks may have been concerned about. We were talking about how they were able to still communicate with it, and I think the question I was putting out there was whether or not they were in an orientation where some other tests could be conducted. And it seems like that's the case. They may be able to still do some mission some of their mission parameters. So we'll see how that goes.
Real quick here. First of all, we're running a poll. Which eggs are better, moon eggs or earth eggs? Be sure to vote in that poll here. Also, David, big time shout out to you because I don't listen to Squawk while I'm on the show here, just so I keep my own sanity. I appreciate you shouting this out here. Multiple squawks going off by Charlie here. Lunar creates payloads announced that the IM-2 mission lunar lander Athena landed 250 meters from its intended landing site in the Mansmith. Let me make sure I get this right. Mansmith region of the lunar South Pole inside a crater. This was the southernmost lunar landing and surface operations ever achieved. That's lunar, LUNR. Controllers were able to accelerate several programs and payload milestones, including NASA's Prime 1 suite, before the lander's batteries depleted. The lunar LUNR time lunar shares are moving now to the highs of the day, down about 19%. They actually backed off some of those. Lunar down 22%. At the moment.
Yeah. So
shout out to you, David. I appreciate when you do that. Sorry.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. It was a great mention. I think XIII also had mentioned that as well. So I've got to make sure I shout both of them out. But this, that move up was pretty much the liquidity some of these folks that were looking to exit that position were waiting for. So that's why I'm saying that I'm going to be just careful with this one. Wait for some more of a base to form. Because we don't want to get caught, holding the bag in lunar, even though it's been absolutely hammered. Getting asked if EIX at 56 is too late. Let me take a look and see what this chart looks like, because I've said 53 was the breakout spot that I wanted to see before this, for this one to start its recovery. We got a big breakout over 53, and we're still holding above 53. It looks like there may still be some more upside, but I would think that there's going to be some big resistance once it gets to its 50-day SMA, which is just over 60. So I guess to answer your question, there may be a little meat left on that bone up on the way up to the 50-day SMA, but I still think this would require an abundance of caution. So if you are going to trade this, just make sure you're protecting yourself, setting your stops. I don't know what your trade plan is either. So if you're day trading this, or if you're trying to swing it for a few days, I would just say be careful, because I think there's still some more volatility that could happen with this. I don't know that we're going to see lower lows, because I think 49 is about where that seems like a pretty good spot, and a lot of the lawsuits and whatnot have been priced in. So unless there's some kind of new development that takes the stock further, I still think that we may be on the path to recovery, but I just need to see some more confirmation of that. And I think the 50 is going to provide some resistance on the way up.
Okay. GV, by the way, continuing to trade over yesterday's intraday high. This actually was above 8. Looks like it's making another run towards 8 here. We'll see if that continues.
Yeah, I got 885 as the upside target I'm looking at. And just be careful with this one because this thing can move fast.
NVIDIA also trading up here. NASDAQ really bouncing. Market is so far so good. Really nice bounce. This is actually above the pre-market highs, except for the impulse spike on the non-farm payroll print. Easy for me to say. No exorbitant tick reading yet, but everything looking good here. Fairly orderly across the board.
Yep.
Your GENK ended up going a little bit higher here.
That's the restaurant one. Still have concerns about the whole the restaurant industry as a whole, with where the consumers at. So
I don't blame you on that. As someone that holds that's bag holding, frankly, a restaurant stock right now, I'm with you, and I'm not trying another one until that one resolves.
So there's GV trying to hold above VWAP. This thing is just kind of all over the place, isn't it?
Apple holding at the highs here.
What do
Palo
I think of
Alto's
Lucid?
trading higher here. NBIS, which really got smacked recently, that's trying to go higher here. Sorry, 13.
No, it's good. It's just getting asked what do I think of Lucid. I'm not really enthusiastic about EVs right now. It is looking. So the thing with Lucid specifically, we're down trying to form what I think could be a double bottom, like a rounding double bottom. So if we can hold 2 and start to move back up over 230, then that might be a confirmation that we're starting to turn around and trade back up. Now, I still don't know much about this company other than what we have seen before with their Saudi Arabia deals and the fact that this has been kind of losing a lot of money, and I just don't know what their sales are like, and it's still pretty short. I'm just very concerned about the EV space right now, and I really can't give you a whole lot more than that. I would just wait to see if we end up getting this rounding bottom that I would just discuss, and we can try and trade that to the upside.
My thought on Lucid is super easy. It's super easy and simplistic. The car is awesome. The stock is garbage.
Okay.
That's it. The car looks amazing. It is extremely fast. Awesome options. That stock trades like death. I've tried it a few times. It never works out for me. Just trades just horrifically. RCAT here, up out of the open. One level to watch here going to be yesterday's intraday high. 550 is that level there on RCAT. RCAT. Actually, speaking of cat, I haven't heard mine in some time. Let me make sure he's okay. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, when you come back, let us know what stock he likes. All right. Because that was a great pick, to be honest. Nicholas, you're mentioning SEPN. What's that looking like? Okay, that one's up 9%. Got insider buys. That was yesterday.
Right. Sorry about that.
No worries. Anything? Oh, we've got some other insider. This is a lot of insider buys all through February. We were just looking at SEPN. This is up 9% right now.
What PN?
SEPN. That one's the thing about this that I don't like is that the volume, they've only traded 54,000 shares. That's kind of nothing. So I don't know how much more upside you're going to get, but the insider buys are pretty sweet. So this is one to keep on your radar, or if you're already in it and you're trading it, great job. But I don't know how much movement this is going to get. This is only 1/10 of its average 100-day volume. So
what's the thesis here?
Yeah, I don't
clinical
know.
Stage biotech company. So we're pre-revenue here, right?
Should be. I don't know. It was just getting asked about this one.
Yeah.
The things that I noticed about this is that it has a lot of insider buying. So that's really the big bullet point for me on this one.
Positioned favorably within the biotech sector due to its innovative approach to GPCR oral small molecule drug discovery.
Okay.
Got a proprietary platform here. Yeah, I don't know much about this one. I'm curious what the bull thesis is for this. I mean, I can read what we've got here in pro, but this is not one that I follow or are aware of.
It's not a very. I mean, it IPO'd back in late October. Looks like it's trying to fill the gap to the upside, but I don't have a whole lot of data on this one on the chart. So could be good, but I just don't know enough about it. I'm sorry I couldn't provide more.
Okay, SPY backing off that initial push here. It'll be interesting to see if it holds higher here or if it actually gives this up. We've seen plenty of volatility, so frankly, I wouldn't be surprised with either outcome at this point.
Good morning,
Bitcoin
Russell.
also, Bitcoin traded above 91K. It's trying to hold there. Good morning, Rustam. Happy Friday to everybody. I know I've said it a few times. I'm extremely excited. By the way, Buddy was fine. We need the Buddy indicator. Buddy might not be doing any trading today. He is sound asleep on a couch in the middle of a blanket, all wrapped up, snoring away. So I don't know if Buddy's going to be doing any trading here today or making any picks. I'll let you know if he wakes up.
Okay, yeah, we'd like to know what he's got on his mind. Because I'm sure if anybody was making money off of his Chewy trade.
Well, you weren't here. So I don't know. Maybe I told the story when you weren't here. He nailed the Chewy trade, and then at the end of the day, producer Michael asked me, "What does Buddy think about SPY calls?" And I asked him, and he yawned. And I said, "Oh well, he just yawned. He didn't say anything."
I think I saw that.
And then Michael said, "Okay, puts it is," and we gapped down 400 points the next day. So he's 2 for 2.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, he's 2 for 2 now. Oh wow.
SUNE, that penny stock that y'all folks were looking at earlier, fleeced people as we move now through the VWAP to the downside here. Zim, by the way, we were talking recently about a shipping theme here. Yep. Someone else mentioned, was it XIII mentioning trading shippers earlier? I might be wrong. So don't pin me to that, but let me know. Someone in here was talking about shippers. Zim popped yesterday and is now popped again here today. Now, earnings in 5 days. Would we expect to hear something on the dividend that they pay out as well from that earnings report?
We might, because the thing is that they're this is the time now when they are negotiating their contract. So if you go to the Drury and you see what the rates are, you'll probably get a better idea of whether or not they're going to have a robust dividend, because their dividend is going to be dependent upon how well their business is, and usually it's almost always tied to rates, the shipping rates. So if the shipping rates are high, the likeliness of them having a good dividend, like a very strong dividend, is going to be high. Versus, if the shipping rates are very low, they may have a low dividend or no dividend at all.
Okay,
they've done that as well. So just some things to consider with this one. I do like Zim, but I think in order to trade this one, you're going to have to really pay close attention to shipping rates.
Okay, that Drury website, a really, really helpful resource for that. By the way, that pop in SPY, year of the snake, 13, year of the snake. This SPY giving up 50% of that pop already here. And there are other names that are responding to that. Tesla's down off the highs, Apple down off the highs, Costco continuing lower, although that seems to be slowing down around that 960 area. Palo Alto off the highs, Bitcoin off of the highs. So a lot of that stuff pulling back here.
Take care, Wisdom. Have a good weekend. Are you ready for the weekend? Because I'm ready for the weekend.
Dude, I am so ready for the weekend. Just got tints thrown on the sled. Want to do some joy riding here this weekend. I'm ready to roll. Ready to roll. Kevin, good morning, Ryan. Just wondering if you are in ONDS. Yes. And yes, I am, and I'm getting pounded in it. Now, I will say here, did add a little bit here when it's in the pennies. I do think if this goes down to 70 cents, I'll add a little bit again, and then 60 cents, I'll add a little bit. I'm not sure if we get down there. Right now, given the market volatility, not necessarily surprised. Yes, still in it, long and strong. Have a long-term approach on ONDS.
RL is saying Archer down. Eli is saying PSTV is plummeting.
Before we take a look at those, I wanted to mention this. Someone mentioned this one. Kathy was mentioning ATYR. This is A-tier pharma. This is a nice little move right here out of the gate. We are on higher than average volume, but the one thing that I want to point out is that we're only at about 60% of its average volume here. I expect this to cross over 100% here today. This one maybe, I know it's kind of already moved. We're already up 20% here, but I wouldn't be shocked if we have more volume flow into this one. If this pulls back to 350 and it doesn't look terrible, like it's breaking down, I could be convinced to try this here today. I'm going to be patient with it. I'm not going to chase it. But ATYR, this is actually a pretty good mention here. Jeff is asking, how's the bodybuilding going? You know, it's not so much bodybuilding as it is body toning. I did arms yesterday. I am going to do some squats and some deadlifts today. Tomorrow, I'm going to go back and hit arms, and Sunday is a rest day. So yes, I do have lifting planned for this weekend, but I also have a built-in rest day on Sunday.
All I've been doing so far today is just doing some small trading in GV. None of those other stocks that we talked looked really that good to me.
I'm impressed that you were able to hit GV. I don't like any of this stuff. I am, so as far as trading, one of the things I am trying to do here is I am trying to exit this EA position here. So again, my trailer, the last tranche, the third tranche of calls here on EA, looking to sell those here at 250, paid 55 cents for those.
Well, one thing that I was mentioning earlier about GV is when we popped and halted up to the upside and ended up getting up to 814. I was talking about how we wanted to now see 665 as a support area. So that's where one of my trades started, was when it came back down to 665 and then it reversed. So I got a capture out of that. Looks like this is trying to break 765 right now. That was the high we got from the candle 15 minutes ago. Just took it out. Now it's going to, I would be looking at 814 as the next target. And then, of course, the 885 that I was mentioning earlier this morning. Okay. There it goes.
Good stuff. Real quick here, Jay, appreciate you mentioning this one here. This is a new IPO here today, SAGT. SagTech Global, principally involved in the provision of customizable software solutions encompassing several types of software such as smart ordering systems, Speed Plus, which is a smart solution application software for the food and beverage industry. The Speed Plus software is installed into existing points of sale machines, which are sourced from third-party suppliers. Jay, what is this one? What is this one? It looks like it was priced at $4 a share. We're beneath that offering price. So maybe this gets rolling here. SAGT is your ticker on that new IPO.
I'm sorry, I missed who mentioned it, but you were saying that PSTV was still getting hammered. This was the one that had that triple top in the after hours, and the news had already, broke yesterday. So this isn't, out of the realm of expectation. We were talking about how this one could be weaker because of the news. The whole move pretty much happened yesterday. That isn't to say that we couldn't see some kind of reversal and go back up to these levels, but out of the open, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see this weakness because this will probably provide some better trading for us if the move isn't done yet. But for now, I'm not touching this.
Okay, and we are filled. So now officially we are all out of EA. All out of EA on that play. I'll tell you what. Let's see. March, this is definitely the best round trip trade so far here this year. It is now official. We played this, and you know what? Big time shout out to Mark Petrino, because we've talked a lot about some of these trades here. Mark Petrino gave EA as a stock of a day. The 115 was the buy spot here. We were all over this one. First buy here was the 130 calls. The second buy was the 140 calls as we sold and rolled out of those calls into a higher strike. The trade now is completed here today. Just an awesome stuff. Just really, really awesome. We talk with Mark every week about these different levels here. It's nice to see a stock absolutely obey and do pretty much everything that he had been talking about here. This trade booked up, EA, all out. Hey.
Sorry, Ivan Salfa was asking about Rocket Lab. This one I would love to own again. I I'm just waiting for, all these space stocks to come in. Lunar looks like that one might be, that one's down back to where it started before the run. So that one's pretty much returned to start. That one, I think Lunar might be, well, I don't want to say it might be an interesting trade because it's hasn't been having a great spacecraft situation, but I want to see all these space names come back down to where they were starting to run in November, because then I think that they look a lot more attractive. Rocket Lab still hasn't come down there yet. I prefer to have it go underneath its 200-day SMA. There is one space stock that I do find interesting, and I do have a position in it still, because it looks like it's a really well-run company, and it's got a lot of interesting things about it with regard to satellite tracking and geographical tracking and maritime tracking, shipments and whatnot. There's a lot of different things that this company does. That's Iridium Communications. It's IRDM. This company actually is profitable, so they're not losing money like a lot of these other space plays are.
I think cash is going to be king coming up here in 2025. So
yeah. So I do have a small position in this one. I like this company. I'm going to hold this for a while and just see what it does. But I think this one is poised for some pretty strong growth, especially later into this year.
Okay, good stuff there. Ryan, any news on the Bitcoin summit today? I don't have any. Is there something I should be looking up? I can do that. I don't have any news off the top of my head. Excuse me, Pretty Panda here mentioning Rigetti, this making a dash towards 10. I wonder if some of those other quantum names are moving too. Yeah, QBTS, this also ripping here. How about QUBT? Is that one moving as well? All of the quantum names given moves here today, folks.
Is that coming back? That'd be funny if it did. But here's one thing to keep an eye out for, because it was mentioned shortly after these quantum names started moving. NVIDIA's Quantum Day on March 20th. That's going to be in 13 days.
That's right. Now we're getting closer to that. Good mention, 13.
So you may see some increased excitement in the quantum names. And if those start coming back, then you have this possibility where you might see, here goes GV, by the way.
Yep, I got it on screen. I'm watching for an 8 break here on GV.
You might have the possibility of those drone names coming back as well. Maybe the nuclear names. I don't know for 100% for sure about that, but we're going to halt here with GV again. We also might see the space place come. Oh no, never mind. That was
a nasty yank right there. GV. I'm actually, yeah. You know what? I'm going to throw this up in my broker so I can kind of watch this, even if I take it off the screen. This is the stack du jour. By the way, the initial impulse move had that big volume, and we kind of decreased as we consolidated. Look what's happening now. That volume is starting to expand again. I am unsurprised to see this breaking to the highs here. 821 year high, and it looks like that is going to get challenged right now.
What a great move through 8 that was, that last candle. And it was right off the VWAP too. Well, my VWAP. I don't know about yours.
No, my VWAP's a little bit lower, but it was in that area through 821 now. So we're not going to halt. They basically kind of just waited so that we didn't halt at that 821. I got the high print there, 840. Grats to anyone that's playing GV here today.
Absolutely. Bang. Yeah, this was a good one. This is the movement we want to see.
Yeah,
it's spready, so we don't like that. We don't like how spready it is, but the volume is great, and this is what we want for trading. So
yeah, I'll tell you what though, the volume is high right now, and the spread tightened up when the volume did this. I got a spread of 2 to 4 cents. So when the volume pours in here, it's actually not that bad. I think it's when it thins out that it's really trouble.
Yeah, and you start to see these, these 20, 30, 50 cent moves in both directions. And it gets not since DJT do you get stuff, crazy moves like that, because DJT, that was super illiquid.
So we are looking to try and take out the high from May of last year right now. We are coming up to a resistance point here. This is going to be at $9. I've got this. Let me actually get the actual number there. 885.
You mean the level I've been saying all morning?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's where I got that from.
Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, 13? Let me go ahead and add it to my chart so I don't F that up again. 885. Let's go ahead and make this precise. Bang.
All right, so I mean, it's,
Here we go.
it's still moving up there. So 861, 885. It's either gonna reverse there or it's gonna break out, and then we might go into a halt.
861. It's going to halt here if it holds.
Okay.
Going to halt here if it holds to the upside. It did not hold. Pulled off that spot
Nope.
and gone higher now.
Nope. It wants 885 first. Give us that 885, and then it can break out, break down, halt.
This is unreal action.
Do all kinds of things. That's not a bad idea, Pretty Panda. You got it's a big move down. So if you can't trade it, then that's great. Do not trade this if it doesn't fit your trade plan. It's good discipline. I know it's exciting. It's moving around, but if it's not looking good to you and you think that if you try trading it, it might end up in a loss, well, then just don't trade it. It's great discipline. No one is forcing you to do stuff.
Brittany is asking, hey guys, do you know much about direct access brokers? Random, I know, thanks. I don't think Thinkorswim is a direct access broker. So, and that's what I've used for the last 9+ years. Brittany, I'm sorry. Does anyone in the chat have any information for Britt here? Can we help her out? GV still unhalted here, going for that 873 high that it's printed.
We did conduct a poll about which eggs are better. Did we really?
Yes, we did.
I must have missed that.
I don't think I expected you to vote. Get your ass in there and vote.
It didn't pop up for me. That's hilarious.
Here, I'm going to go vote in it right now. Well, I might have already. No, I did. I don't think I did.
Well, I don't think it matters. I think it's everybody clearly thinks that moon eggs are far better. I need to see what a moon chicken.
I'll tell you what. I'll wait until the poll closes. I don't want to make an early call on that. I'll wait till the poll closes. Producer will give me the poll results when it closes. That much I can promise you.
Spy getting a nasty pull here. Let's take a look at this chart and see what we got.
GV almost to that 885. It's still trying.
So coming down to some previous all-time high levels. What was this reason for the poll? We have one of the Fed members starting to talk yet? I don't think we do.
Fed members to schedule here. The first one that you have is Bowman at 10:15. That starts right now.
Okay.
So it looks like that was maybe some selling ahead of the Fed speak. GV new highs now through the 885 level, 899, your high print, 9 tapped.
All right. So here's where this could either push up higher into 1005 and maybe halt, or it could just turn around and start coming back towards VWAP. But this was this is a great trade this morning. I'm glad I'm happy for everybody that caught it. Okay, here we go, pushing up into 9. 1005, 1005 is where I would peg the next resistance area.
Now I'm upset I didn't trade it. I wasn't for a while, but now I am. What's Megan saying on CNBC, folks? They were talking about tariffs there for a little bit. Sorry, she just caught my eye.
Now this thing is starting.
This thing is just absolutely ripping. I would say at this point, hopefully, folks, you are selling into this strength here and booking some of these gains.
Yeah, it looked like it was trying to halt there as well. It's going to halt at some point when one of these moves. Don't know which one it's going to be, but it's trying to halt, and there's going to be a big move coming. I can just feel it. Just don't know which direction yet.
GV, it is extremely extended from the VWAP.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Lion, dude, I am super sorry for your loss, man. Super sorry for your loss.
What was his name? His or her name?
And he or she will be waiting for you at the Rainbow Bridge. Get better, Lion. We'll see you next week. Again, I'm sorry for your loss, man.
Sorry for your loss, and we hope you feel better. And please let us know what your dog's name was. We'll do a tribute. All right, so now it looks like GV might be topping out. Still getting support from the 885, though. Yeah, we are. I would say so. Crocodile dumb me.
What did they say?
Looks like Trump is getting his weaker dollar wish.
Yep. And I think that is going to eventually lead to the lower interest rate wish that he also has.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why we've been talking about value plays, because if we do see interest rates come down, then you're going to see things like that are rate sensitive start to move better. So REITs, utilities, maybe some of the leverage plays like miners and shippers. So because they're going to be paying a better dividend than bonds will and fixed income will. So Rosa. Great name.
Rigetti here, this coming back from its highs. This the quantum names have actually been pretty good here. Also, at the same time here, SPY is really leaking. In fact, the entire market is retracing that bounce move to the highs. We are still in the theme where we are selling any type of rally. Tell you what, this market sure looks like this wants to print lower. Thank God I closed that EA trade. That might actually roll over too.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that move from about 8 to 9 on GV, and I guess I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because now this thing is really starting to come back in. It's going to halt to the downside. So there we go. That's what I was looking for here. So see what happens when it unhalts. Might get some support from VWAP. I don't know exactly what it's going to do. But on the way down now, since we've lost some levels, the VWAP's going to be one that could get support. 665 is going to be another one that could provide support. And but if it goes beneath that, then this thing is going to probably get hammered all the way down to about 525.
Real quick here, Sarah Sassy, I'm out at 9, in at 660. I don't care if it goes to 20. Oh, that is the best thing that you said in this entire comment, man. I don't care if it goes to 20. I made cash, and there will always be other movers to buy. Thanks, guys. Awesome job. Awesome job to you. Register ring, one up. It is a freaky fun Friday. By the way, GV now going to be halted to the downside.
Thanks, Judge. Have a good one. And Sahara. That's great.
That's awesome.
You must be going into your weekend perfectly happy, and I'm happy for you. Great job on your trade.
Yeah. Take care of yourself, Judge. Jane, we actually have poll results right now. It is official. We ran a super scientific poll here, and it's now become official. The question was, which eggs are better, Earth eggs or moon eggs? The choices were Earth eggs or moon eggs, and Earth eggs wins with 53%. This was closer than I thought.
Really? Earth eggs came back, huh?
Laugh, folks. Appreciate the laugh. Jane, another poll. Which one costs more, Earth or moon eggs? Oh, that's funny too. Well done.
Yeah, moon eggs are actually avian flu free.
That's true. No atmosphere. Correct. Correct. COST, by the way, we are at session lows here. Come to Papa. Come to Papa. Let's get back in. Remember, 100-day and the 200-day are the areas that we are looking at here on Costco. We are 20 points away from the 100-day, and we are 50 points away from the 200-day. Costco session lows, minus 6.4%.
Do we trade in how views on AMRC? I think I saw you mention that maybe earlier, so I'm sorry we didn't get to that. But let's take a look here at AMRC. Don't know what this is. Construction and engineering. Okay. Sorry, did you have something?
I thought you were gonna start with the chart, so I was gonna read what it did while you did that. But you are so fast, you looked at both. So there you go.
So it looks like it's trying to come off of a bottom, but this may end up coming right back up to its 20-day SMA. It's a pretty extended from that moving average, about 35.
This is a solar name.
This one is a solar name?
Yeah.
Okay.
AMRC, right? Did I get the right ticker, or am I just making a mess of this too? AMRC, Alpha Mary Romeo Charlie. Is that right?
AMRC, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I saw it was construction and engineering. I see that
distributes solar energy products and systems such as PV panels, solar regulators, solar charge controllers, inverters, solar powered lighting systems, solar powered water pumps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Definitely a solar name here, AMRC.
You've convinced me. So one thing that we were just talking about with regard to lower rates, solar is going to be another one that could absolutely benefit from that. And what's interesting about this is that yesterday you had a lot of insider buying, including the president and CEO, which he dropped a 1.2 million on stock. So that insider buying probably one of the big factors in driving this up, because I don't see any other news really that could be driving this. So maybe taking those two things into consideration is why we're seeing this moving up here. And I think that I don't know exactly why it was hammered recently, but I'm sure if I spend enough time looking at this, I could figure out why that is. But anyway, it must have been earnings. But anyway, coming off of a low RSI move, you have the rate low rates possibility, and you have the insider buying. So those things helping lift it up. As far as the target goes, don't exactly know where this thing comes back up to, but I do like the way $18 looks. That's a possibility, especially since that's kind of where it was getting support through 2023 and into 2024 before it moved up, did a double top, and then came back down beneath to where we're at now.
Moderna holding higher here, 8.5%. Gap after reporting earnings, this actually holding higher despite coming off that, $23 high there. Sideshow T, I'm not chasing today. Good, you shouldn't chase ever.
GV open?
GV is open. I'll put it on screen. Going to get my son from PSU. Give him a "We Are Penn State" for the entire group here. Don't want to be thinking about dumb lost money. Yeah, get over it. Get past it. You'll be able to make that back. I am certain of that. Good stuff, though.
Especially if you had a great week. Let's not have a great week and then on the final day of the week you give it all up. So, like I said earlier, great discipline. That's a good point, Steve. They are a tax incentive hungry. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And also interest rate sensitive. So as interest rates come in, you should see more solar activity as well.
Yep. All right. So, Luna really coming up off of the lows. It looked like that was going to be an interesting low RSI play, but just be careful, folks. I can't reiterate it enough. This is the kind of liquidity that folks love selling into.
So let me ask you folks, look at this fall from grace on Kava. What a humongous move down. Where's the bottom? The question that I posed to the group here, anyone, 13, you're welcome to answer this. Really, anyone that else might have an opinion on this. Where's the bottom here on Kava? And is this still a short, or are we chasing short here? Because I personally think that this stock is still priced way too high. But it's been, at this point, it feels like I'm chasing to the downside. Maybe we can get some type of bounce in here and set up for another short. Let me know, group. What do you think? Where's the target here on Kava?
There are several levels that I have marked off here.
Okay.
So, you could see support at 72. I think that's going to probably end up happening, but I don't think that's where the final stop's going to be. I'm looking at levels of 59, 46, and even 38. I don't know exactly which one is going to be where this ends up going. I'm inclined to believe 46, but the 59 is another support area that I see from its price action going back to when it IPO'd in 2023, and 38 is pretty much the bottom of where the IPO fell to before it came back up to 59. So,
okay, got you right here. Yep.
Yeah.
I've got that at just about 39, but here are your levels on Kava. Okay, 13, thank you. This gives me something, and I think I might actually look for a potential short via puts if we can get any type of bounce on this.
You should get a bounce. I would say a bounce around 71 is probably going to happen. But look at this price action here. It's I'm sorry, the moving averages. The 50-day SMA is very close to.
Here, let me get to the chart that actually has those on here real quick. CAVA.
Yeah, so the 50-day SMA is coming down to cross the 200-day SMA to the downside. You're about to get a death cross there. So following a bounce, I'd expect more downside. And I just saw that somebody had Farah saying Kava maybe 40 to 50. I agree. 46 is what I was thinking, that I think is the strongest possibility of where this ends up coming down to. So I agree.
Okay, real quickly here. You've got Peter Navarro talking on CNBC right now about White House trade policy. I'm seeing a new newsprint here, Trump to deliver remarks at 11 a.m. That's all I have. It's not mentioning what it's about. Don't forget, we also have Powell at 12:30. So it looks like this afternoon here, we might have some catalysts. We might have some catalysts here, folks.
My guess for what Trump's going to talk about is probably going to be tariffs, and more specifically on Canada and Mexico.
Well, we also had some news this morning here. This is from the Wall Street Journal here. President Trump said he's, quote, strongly considering, end quote, imposing far-reaching sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a peace agreement is reached to end the Ukraine war. It sounds to me like he's getting really tired of some of the back and forth here with both Zelensky and with Russia. And now he's doing something, or trying something, I should say, to try and force some disclosure on that, or force some closure on that. I almost wonder if that's what the remarks are going to be. We'll see here, but just know that's coming up 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Powell at 12:30 Eastern.
Oh, this market's going to whipsaw.
Yes, it is. Hold on to your butts.
That's a Jurassic Park reference.
I was going to say that's the second Jurassic Park reference this morning. Might have to throw that on this weekend. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to look at a stock and see it just, knife and
Clever
go,
girl.
Clever. You know it.
I could do that movie probably from start to finish, honestly. Dotson. We've got Dotson here. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
All right. Enough having fun here.
Yes, Steve, absolutely. Be ready for volatility. Jonathan Cooper mentioning DWXT is at high of day.
DWXT?
Yeah,
that wasn't even one that we looked at here today, was it?
I think he means DWTX.
Yeah, he does too.
Dogwood therapy. Yeah, that's what he means.
So this is popping here. Did we have value? This is up 46%. Oh, rumor here. Watching Dogwood Therapeutics traders circulate a newsletter mention. Okay, so this is popping here, plus 50% possible newsletter mention. As someone that follows a lot of rumors that come from Benzinga Pro, the newsletter mention ones, sometimes these kind of fall off. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen here, but just I would, if you're going to trade this on this, I would make sure that you have some tight stops. But this popping here, plus 50%.
It's been a fun morning. I wasn't so sure with how little movers there were, but this has been a fun morning.
I mean, we're like, the market is just kind of back and forth, and somehow I closed the last leg of a huge trade. I actually thought at one point that last tranche might just expire worthless, and I was like, I already made some good money on the other two sales. Nope, got the last one too, so I'm really excited about that. How about GIR from yesterday?
Dude, the chat is great. Watch when a stock just absolutely, takes off without us in it, and then we'll be like, oh, they left us.
Oh, this is so good. Spared no expense. Let's go, Steve. Let's go, Steve. By the way, so this has been a pretty big mover for our group here recently. This is getting pounded here today, 18% to the downside. Did we have news on this? I don't think. Oh. So, okay. So Andrew Left from Citron warns that Gorilla Technology woes are, quote, just the tip of the iceberg, end quote. Didn't Citron stop doing short report? Well, I get. So they had a bear cave report yesterday. It looks like Citron piled on now. GIR down 20%.
Yeah, not playing that one. But I was just going to mention GV. MACD is looking a little concerning. That this could roll over. So be careful with GV. Still above VWAP, but I think we might see a little bit of weakness that takes it down there. Maybe even 665. Just be careful with this one. I'm getting comments from the Fed's Bowman saying labor market economic activity will become a larger factor in U.S. central bank policy discussions going forward. Yep. Bear cave report.
Market really pulling here. In fact, let me put SPY up here because it actually looks like we're going to take out yesterday's intraday low here. Watch the 570 level. We're currently at 570.69.
Wow. What a massive move. Yeah, so that low that we had yesterday, that was 570.40. But I think you're right. I think we do see 570, possibly even lower. Previous all-time highs beneath 570 are going to be 568 and 69 cents, and then 566.58.
This is a lot of weakness. This is a broad-based move down here. Everything. Apple is off the highs. Netflix is getting pounded. Tesla's going lower here. The banks are going lower. Goldman Sachs getting hit. NBIS gave everything back. Palo Alto is negative. Amazon is negative. Bitcoin sinking here. VIX now trading. Yep, VIX now trading up to 25. Remember, we were looking at some sizable calls out in the April expiry, 39, 40, 42 and a half. The strike prices on those.
Yeah, pretty much. You're right, Jonathan. Everything pretty much down in the Mag 7. Only Apple kind of hanging out, in the positive area, but less than 1% up. And of course, Broadcom, that's one of the stronger semis right now. But the rest of the Mag 7, all red.
Okay, so rallies still getting sold. Still getting sold. I'm going to run through the scanner here, see if the scanner's got anything else for us here. That DWTX continuing to trade higher here, 7+ on that. GV, right? I know it went through 9 up all the way up to like 960, but man, oh man, that 885 level that we identified from previous day, pretty good there. Yep. Gap, this is interesting. Retailer here after positive earnings holding its move higher. Let me take a quick look at that heat map and see how that's changed here too. Okay, so it's still 13, still the same sectors here. Energy, Utes, and consumer staples. Consumer staples only being dragged down by Costco and Walmart. Healthcare also still pretty green other than ISRG.
Lunar starting to show some weakness. If we start to lose 855, this may come back down into the the 7s. So just be careful with this one. This is, it's kind of hanging out, going a little bit sideways, for the time being after making a new high. But I would, be a little bit more cautious if you decided you were going to try and trade the rebound. And I still think that GV is indicating that it may go lower if it cannot hold this VWAP here. MACD is about to cross over to the downside. So being, sitting on my hands for the moment.
I'm with you on that one. I too am doing that. Big market pull right there, man. 570 up now on SPY here. And
I'm going to take a look at DWXT. That might be one that I consider, but not going to do just yet. I don't want to chase this thing. I may not even do it at all because I don't want to chase this thing. Yeah, not seeing a whole lot that I want to touch right now.
I'm with you on that. Coinbase green to red here too.
So Jonathan Cooper mentioning Tesla losing the trend line from April last year. I'll take a look at that. And then Kumo X also asking CrowdStrike, where do you see it going? Start with Tesla here.
Okay, I'll go to the big chart here so I can kind of drive and follow along with you.
All right. So the thing we've been talking about with Tesla is once it lost that 200-day SMA, we needed to see it recapture it or else it was going lower. Well, it didn't do that, so now it's going lower. And I think we may start to see that support kick in for Tesla as soon as it fills the gap that I was mentioning earlier today, and that's going to be at 255.28. I think there was another gap that I was mentioning in another stock, but I know I was talking about this this gap here. So 255.28. That's where the gap fill is. That's where we could see some support in Tesla, and it would make sense too because look at the RSI. This thing is now under 26.
Yep, there's got to be a bounce coming here pretty soon. I feel like.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to do CRWD? You want to do CrowdStrike next here?
I'm bringing that up right now. Let's see. We got okay. So here's another interesting one with its 200-day SMA. Lost that, but also low RSI. Being that this is the first time since November that this has touched the 200-day SMA, I feel like we could end up seeing some support kick in, at some particular level here, maybe 330 even, and try to move back over the 200-day SMA. I think I would want to see what's going to happen today with the price action by the end of the close. Or by the close today. So if we do recapture that 200-day SMA, then we might end up getting a bounce. That could be possible. But if we close beneath the 200-day SMA, I'd be a little bit more concerned about further downside. We would want to see a recapture of the 200-day SMA next week and hold above it. Because we start, just like with Tesla, if we continue to close underneath the 200-day SMA, that's likely going to mean further downside. One level that I have marked off here is 300. It's an important psychological level. We have seen it provide support and resistance. So if we are going to go lower, like much lower beyond the 200-day SMA, I would think 300 is going to be a strong area of support.
Also looks like we lost 335 here today as well.
Yeah.
That 335 level was another previous level that goes back a number of years.
Yeah, Ferris, I wouldn't put that past you. Tesla could end up going down there. It's really out of favor right now. Nobody's happy with well, some people aren't, but all the folks that were buying Tesla and trying to save the world and keep their emissions to a minimum. That crowd isn't really enthusiastic about Tesla anymore. So I think there could be some continued weakness. I agree. I was getting asked, what is my next target on SPX? So SPY. Next level for him is 5666. Let's see here. I'll use the SPY because that's the one I always use and just add a 0 behind it. In SPY, there's several different previous all-time highs that could provide support, and the next threes that are below where the price is right now are going to be 568 and 69 cents, 566 and 58 cents, and 565 and 16 cents. So we could see some short-term support in any one of those levels. Because hey, we're really moving away from that 200-day SMA now. This is going to be, if we do not recapture it today, this is going to be the first close beneath it. And if we continue
since how long? I mean, I feel like since
a long time, a very
November
long time.
1st of 2023.
Yeah. So that's what a 16-month 16-month range there that we haven't seen this interaction with the 200-day SMA. Pretty important to me. I think we'd have to absolutely recapture this soon, or else we do go lower.
Yeah. And I think we need this here. To me, bring on 552. I think we do see that 10% pullback level down there.
Is there a play for other EV makers? Well, with how some of the the China stocks are doing, you might see those China names move up. So like NIO, you can do BYD. I personally don't particularly care for them, but that's, if I'm being honest, I think that you might see those do better if, especially with American stocks kind of underperforming the rest of the world so far this year. So that's where I would start looking. You also have some other country EVs. I don't know what VinFast has been up to, but that's the Vietnam EV maker. And there's other ones. There's basically EV names that are outside of the U.S. probably would be doing better than the EV names that are inside the U.S. That's what I would start with.
Hellcat, take care of yourself, man. We'll see you next week. Thanks for all of your contribution and support here. ARBB, good mention here. Market Sniper, this actually trying for that 120 area. And GV, by the way, I know that's been one of the big trades here today. That's actually curling. See what happens here on GV.
Yes, Steve, exactly what I was getting at with the folks that the politics coming in to Tesla has really turned a lot of early buyers of the car away. But that's just how things are, and that's just the way that the market.
I would say I would refine that and say that the people that bought it for the environmental angle are the ones that are turned off the most.
Right. I'm trying to skirt the edge of.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying there's without a doubt there's a cohort that's I guess disappointed, whatever the word you choose is.
Diamond Hotline is asking what's the 13, what's the next step down for TSM?
NASDAQ has reached its 10% from the record high. We are now in correction territory on the NASDAQ, folks.
Love it.
BBAI down 25%. Ryan Milligan, I think you shouted this out earlier. Shame on me for not going to it. BBAI extremely weak here. So I guess this isn't the next Palantir, huh?
Well, what's Palantir doing? Is that going down as well?
I mean, it's not $3. That much I know.
It took a while for Palantir. I'm not saying it is the next Palantir. That's what a lot of folks were saying, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, that wasn't directed at anybody. It's just more general. I'm still a buyer of Palantir if we print 60s.
So as far as TSM goes, I think what you're asking is where does the next area of support look to be? And to me, I would say it's probably going to be like 71 near where we bounced on March 3rd, because we haven't taken out that level yet. So I would say 71 is going to be the next one, and then after that, probably 167. I think would be the next one beneath that. So 171 and 167. Those would be my next areas of support for TSM. All right. Ferris. So, I think it was Tim Melvin that was mentioning Maersk.
Yes, correct. Yes.
So Maersk is bull.
And other shippers too. Let me see if I have the names for those while you're saying that.
Yeah. So shippers, they're really looking attractive right now, and it could be it's like a variety of shippers, and it's starting to curl. When I look at a daily chart of this thing, it really does look like it's trying to round off and make its way back up. So probably going to be a good play in here with this one. Let's see here what else I got. Looks like the 200. Okay, so we had a silver cross not too long ago. The oscillation between the 50 and the 200-day SMA, I'm not going to say, oh, hey, we've been doing golden and death crosses back and forth. I actually want to see a meaningful move of these other SMAs get above the 500. The 500's been kind of the one of the bigger levels that has been keeping the price down. That and the 200. So we start to get these moving averages to where the smaller ones are above all the larger ones in an alignment. That'd be I think that would be a good indicator that we're going to see some better movement out of Maersk.
Here's a nice little stat for you on the market. Markets have averaged at least 10% correction every 1.5 years since 1950. So for the past 75 years, the market averages a 10% correction every 1.5 years. It's been over 2 years since the last one. We are overdue.
We've seen 10% corrections since we saw, and I posted about this too. Let me pull this up. Because since we came off the bottom in 2022, there's been 2, and I say near 10% corrections, because one of them went down to about 9 point something percent, and the other one, which happened more recently in August of 2024, that one hit 10% in the pre-market, but never printed 10% down in the regular session. So we don't have like any data from the regular session that shows that we actually hit 10%. So those 2 corrections that I'm talking about, that's October 2023 and August of 2024, that's when we came off and almost went down to 10% from the highs. So to your point about not getting 10% corrections, for a very long time that we're overdue, I agree with that.
Yeah, 100%.
So we've been very, very close to correcting, and we have not corrected to the 10%. So if we do get one now, I think it's going to be, a pretty robust correction, like probably lower than 15%. No guarantee, but I feel like that's what we may end up getting because of how long it's been.
I'm with you on that. The faster it happens, the better. We definitely need it. This should set up for those that want to be long side traders.
Yes, Steve, that's the one. The Japan carry trade correction. We hit 10% in the pre-market, but we didn't actually hit 10% in any of the regular session prints.
Diamond, I cannot give out teammates' emails unless they give me consent to do that. I will ask the next time I see them. Unfortunately, I cannot give that to you today.
No problem.
Bring this market in and let me buy it, please. That is absolutely what I'm waiting for here. And I can be patient. I can be patient.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happening right now.
Yep.
So that's why you're going to be hearing a lot about how cash is king, because when you got markets like this, that's the position that folks end up taking.
And I think that you're going to continue to see rotation into value names that have cash, but then also pay a dividend.
Yep.
Lilly getting really hit here, down 3.5%.
Cut Microsoft 50%. I don't think it's going to take that large of a downside move. That'd be absolutely incredible, but I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, we've already. There are two stocks. Let me double check this before I get too ahead of myself, because they may have hit it now. But there were two stocks that had not hit their 200-day SMAs in a very, very long time. Let's see. Let me just double check which one it is. I know Meta's one of them. I don't know if they've come down to it yet. So Meta has not hit their 200-day SMA yet, and the last time they touched it was in January of 2023. So once we start getting all these Mag 7s interacting with their 200-day SMA and even trading beneath it, Micron coming back up off of a pullback. So once we start getting all the Mag 7s interacting with their 200-day SMA, that could be an indicator that we're probably going to end up seeing the market go much lower. But it's Meta, and there's one other one that hasn't hit the 200-day SMA yet. Let me double check which one that is.
That's Apple, isn't it?
I thought it was Apple, but that one hit it last year, in I think April. So it might be that one, but Meta much longer. I mean, it's been almost over 2 years now since it actually hit or touched its 200-day SMA.
Okay, market popping here. We are getting some more news here. Putin said to be ready to agree to a Ukraine truce with conditions. Market popping on that back of that headline. Also, we got some more clarity here that the Trump remarks that are coming at 11 a.m. are going to be about the jobs report. So that is just a little bit more uncertainty being leaked out of the market here, and the market is responding positively, at least so far, to that.
Also, did we get the Fed speak to stop? Because if that's also happening, then we could.
Did we get it? I like how you phrased it. Did we get it to stop?
Is it over now? So yeah, I mean, it's one of the things we see a lot with this market is when Fed members start coming on and talking, the market will probably go in the opposite direction it was heading before, and then once they're done, then it turns around and goes the opposite direction again.
So next one we have here. Well, actually, we have Fed Williams going right now. That started at 10:45. The next one is going to be 12:20. That's going to be Kugler's first time on the horn. And then we got the man himself, Jerome Powell, at 12:30. So they ain't going to be stopping anytime soon, 13. That is for damn sure.
Well, after this, I may just go away from my desk. I don't want to have to hear any of that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Spy retrying to claim. English is awesome.
Let's start over.
Spy is trying to reclaim 570 and hold above it.
Thinking that GV may get some continued weakness here. It's still holding above its VWAP, but I don't like the way this price action is looking. So be careful with GV. It's really slowed down. Volume is not what it was earlier. Once it hit 960, this volume just really dried up. So be careful with this one. Maybe it comes back later in the afternoon after the lunch hour. We're already into that range of time. 10:30. That's when we start to see a lot of volume dry up. Sure enough, GV is one of those ones where it has. But maybe we get a return of that volume later on in the day.
Real quick here, NBIS, this has been another one that we've really talked about quite a bit here. There's actually some encouraging trading action here today. This is doing a really good job staying above yesterday's low, despite a market that was fairly weak here today. The NASDAQ was really kind of leading the way down. This actually not all that bad. Still green here by 1.3%. NBIS, not bad. Not a bad spot here. Also seeing some calls cross the wire here on NBIS.
Yeah, really, the only thing I touched today was GV.
Tom says, let Trump talk at 11. I'm sticking with Anne-Marie. We are sticking with Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie coming up here in 8 minutes. The other thing is, she probably has a plan of attack. So I don't know that we're going to be throwing on option trades for any of the things that are responding to whatever Trump is talking about, but we'll see. We'll go through some of those as soon as she's on here.
Yeah, and somebody was mentioning Citigroup.
Yeah, someone was also mentioning Apple here, which started to pull back to that trend line and went higher here. Apple clearly still the safety trade.
Citigroup, this looks like it's also going to have a date with its 200-day SMA. I mean, and when it's really interesting about that is that the 200-day SMA is pretty much right where there's a important support turn resistance level. Or resistance turn support level, whichever way you want to look at it. It's interacted with the price both directions. You could pretty much peg that at about, let's call it 67.5. There's a little bit of range there between these, but when you look at Citigroup, I mean, if you want to pull that up, Ryan, on the daily.
Yeah, let me get it on the bigger chart here. So I was flipping through some stuff on a spacewalk, but let me actually throw this up on the. There you go.
So yeah, if you just put a line at 67.50 and then look to the left, you can see where I'm getting this from and see how that is right about where the 200-day SMA is. So that's looking like a really interesting spot to me. I would think that if we continue to get weakness in Citigroup, that's where you might see support start to kick in. No guarantee, but based on these previous levels, the moving average and the low RSI, I think there's a pretty good chance you might see some support there.
Yeah, this is pretty good here. And I think if you break this down, you probably have a gap fill down here to 63. That's a pretty good spot there, though. GV pulling here, going to the VWAP, actually broke the VWAP.
Yeah, that was what I was kind of flagging earlier. It kind of has a skewed head and shoulders pattern. And this is actually the first loss of the VWAP since we opened. So this is significant. I think we see some more downside.
Also, Captain Obvious saying Sandra is here also. Yes, as far as I know, we have both Anne-Marie and Sandra coming up right after we end here today. Yep, good stuff. Jeez,
maybe I should just get going because, bring on those ladies.
No, that's not. No, damn it.
Hey, no problem, RL.
AMRC, by the way, this took another leg higher from the last time that we talked about it.
And GV is halted to the downside now.
Yep. 714 is your halt price there. And you know what? Looking at this now, I don't want to be gloom and doom. This might be done if this can't recapture the VWAP in pretty short order. And looking at the 5-minute here, I don't know if you touched on this level earlier, but this 571, that 65 EMA on the 5, maybe that does get some support if this really gets cremated. But at that point, I don't trust that.
Yeah, that's where I think it's headed if we lose 665, because that's been the support area that we got out of the open. Once we broke through it, came back and we back tested it, and haven't seen that since. We haven't seen that since we did tested as support. Now looking like we're going to absolutely test that again. Probably even go through it. That would be my expectation. Because this formation, this pattern here, does not look great. It looks bearish.
VIX, by the way, off the highs, currently at 24.75.
All right, trading made simple. You convinced me. I'll stick around.
That's all it took. How about that?
How about that?
Scanner has dried up pretty considerably here.
Yes,
and I think with given some of the stuff that we've heard already this morning, we're kind of waiting for these next events here. Remember, Trump here in 4 minutes, Powell at 12:30, and then we also have news out there floating around that Putin is ready to end the war. This actually came after a Truth Social post from Trump where he's basically like, look, I'm tired of this. I will put sanctions and tariffs on Russia. End this shit now.
Yeah, this is, we could get a lot of really interesting headlines over the weekend and have a pretty volatile Monday.
And I think 13, that might be one of the reasons why you're seeing this rallies being sold theme hold up, because we don't really know what to expect. And it does seem like we are in for market moving headlines of some sort over the weekend.
Right. And this is not be a weekend that I'd be really wanting to hold any swings over. And I don't want to change anybody's mind about how they trade, but it's kind of like how when earlier this week when we had the congressional address, the last 30 minutes of that day saw some massive selling because nobody wanted to be in it ahead of that address because didn't really know what he was going to say. Yeah. I would think that we may see some exiting ahead of the weekend because don't know what's going to happen. No guarantee on that either, but I'm personally not going to be holding any trades over the weekend just because it could be volatile. Hey, all sorts. Thank you. You have a good weekend too.
Yeah. Love each and every one of you spending time with us here today. It really means a lot to all of us. Obviously, it means a lot to Benzinga here. So really, really good stuff. Thank you, folks. Take care of yourself, Kevin. It's great to have you here.
And Captain Obvious, I see what you're trying to put in there with the chat. You're trying to get a little Russia joke in there. But I'll tell you what, I'm not trying to put you on with that news. I'm just trying to, flag a little bit of a warning here with what could happen. We are in the year of the snake. This is a very volatile market. It's hard to know what to expect from day to day at this point. So I'm just trying to make sure everybody exercises a little bit of caution.
Works for me. Steve, take care of yourself. Have a good one. Steve. This guy, any Benzinga event in Las Vegas in the near future? Not that I am aware of, but I will keep you privy to that. If I hear anything, I'd love to have a trader meet up in Las Vegas. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That could be fun.
That could be fun. That could be fun. All right, let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? We got 10 seconds. Any closing words here for the group before we go to Anne-Marie?
Folks, you've been absolutely awesome this week, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. We'll find some more trades this coming week. Hopefully we'll have the same kind of volume that we were getting this week, and maybe even the volatility. It's been providing some pretty good price action for us. Just take care of yourselves. Don't get super overextended in anything. Enjoy Anne-Marie and Sandra, and have a good weekend, folks. See you later.
Good stuff, 13. Year of the Snake. We'll see you next week on Monday. Take care, buddy. 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie. Let's just go ahead and bring her on right away. Anne-Marie, happy Friday. How are you doing here today?
Wow.
Yeah. I concur.
Yeah. Wow. We have had a lot of relative strength stocks just sort of vaporize, right? And if we're taking a look at the one thing I do want to tell folks about, let's expand this. We talked about AppLovin having a bounce, and then that news came out, and then the whole market fell apart, and that long call really disappeared. And so for so much of things that we thought would hold simply are not holding. It really is sending a warning shot across the bow in terms of, the market can pull apart much further than you think it
Hmm.
might be able to, and then turn around and really give us some reflexive action. But what I want to talk about is super fast what's going on with SPY. And if we take a look at the weekly chart, we're going to see that all that heavy congestion we've been talking about from a weekly perspective, this is a sort of do or die level.
Hmm.
If we lose 570, take a look at where the 50 simple moving average is on the week. And if we look all the way back to September of last year, we really have given up all the gains from September of last year to um, current. And so now we're sitting at a place where what I'm seeing is some tremendous reflexive bouncing every time we get to a brand new low. So take a look at a 5-minute chart here and see what's going on, because I would not be surprised to see price action try to hold the area of weekly support into the end of the week, even though it looks like a very news heavy week. What I think we're going to have is something that is truly, what's the term where you have, it's either one thing or the other, and then
Binary.
whichever way it goes, it's going to be big. When is that?
Binary.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, I do think we are looking at a binary event that could be on the horizon. And so what we've seen is, if we take a look at the 5-minute chart, as with every new low, here's a pre-market low, hung out for a little bit, rocketed up, gave it back, made a lower low, rocketed up, gave it back. The big thing is going to be, can it hold this 568
Hmm.
zone? If it doesn't, we should have a watershed Monday. And that is going to be either everybody piles in or everybody sells off. So I think there might be a good cheap double butterfly into um, expiration week. Uh, and we actually have a couple of weeks there, so we could see what's going on. So in an unusual event, I want us to see if we can set up a trade in the SPY that is a double butterfly that's going to give us really big returns if we have that shock event in either direction. And so
Okay.
if you're a little bit bearish, that's okay. If you're a little bit bullish, that's okay. Whichever the case is, we're going to look for big reflexive motion on the move, because in 5 days we literally have almost moved down $20 on SPY, right? So there's a lot of additional room. So that's my storyboard about what we're looking at. And now I want to make sure that I see what I'm seeing in our price action space and see if we can see ourselves positioning nicely. All right. So, wow. Okay, that's good. I did that a while back. So let's have a look. We've got expiration on the 21st of March. So we could go 14 days out. We could also go, 10 days out, but I think we'll get better pricing if we go 14 days out. And so let me double check on this. This is our floor. If we lose this, we get back into 560. So let's take a peek at this. If we head down, oh, that's April. Sorry, folks.
I was gonna say those look expensive. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. For the love of Pete, she just operator error here, folks. My fingers are not working. All right. 21st. Come on. Here we go. Traders all the way up the ladder. Really, some folks making some very interesting positioning. I mean, some volume coming in some really low levels. So we've got 530. Let's see how much these are. If we go 560 to 550 to 540, 93 cents, $1,000 up move in terms of profit. And if we move back reflexively, we've got let's see where they're sitting. 580. 590. $600. That one's a little expensive. We might, I don't know if we get up there. If you want to take just one side of this and you're thinking to yourself, obviously every big spike is being used as exit liquidity.
Mhm.
Every brand new low is getting an absolutely savage bounce as the traders start to cover almost immediately. Every brand new low, they go, all right, as soon as we can string together 3 1-minute candlestick formations that aren't heading lower, they turn around and start selling everything. So if you're thinking to yourself, hey, listen, 560 looks good, then this is a great way just to trade the broad market and say, all right, if this is happening, this is how I can actually buffer whatever it is that I have going on that I might have long on the other side. I was very surprised to see so many things lose relative strength, but we also had the CME raised margins overnight, almost doubled them for
Mhm.
those of us that trade the futures market. And so that's one of those things that says, hey, we're taking a look at potentially um, way more volatility coming in. You just mentioned that the VIX was off of its highs.
Mhm.
But the VVIX is still really high. So to have $84, $85 to buffer against a potential savage move to the downside that continues looks pretty good. You might want to wait to see how we end the day to get the call side. If it falls absolutely to the floorboard and just gives up and sits at 565, it might be a place to take the call and say, hey, let's just see if we can get some kind of reflexive bounce, because this is such an important weekly level, right? I mean, if they give it up, we could easily fall another 5%, right? But if they don't give it up, we could have that big reflexive point and, jump 10, 15 points over the coming days. So I would say stagger these if you're interested in doing that sort of thing. If you're looking at the Qs, a little bit tougher because the Qs have had a really savage move, right? And
They're actually in correction territory at this point.
yes. But you know what? As soon as you said that, 3 1-minute candles came together, pushed up from the lowest lows, and then started holding traction. The problem
That sounds about
is
right. That sounds
every
whenever I make a
bounce.
call like that, it generally does the opposite.
No,
So
but
I'm
no,
unsurprised.
what your call was perfect in the sense that what did I do that right? Yeah. In the sense that everybody was looking at that and said, okay, something's got to give right here. Let's see if we can force these traders up into some kind of support. So far, every single bounce has turned into exit liquidity. Every single bounce. And so let's look at the same sort of thing and do some measurements with the Qs. Having the butterfly will give you a little bit of squishy room if it happens to bounce. But the ranges, we can go really far away and get something pretty cheap in general. So let's wait for the, here we go. Look at where we are. Volume point of
Right
control
there.
in the last year. That's where we're sitting, volume point of control. And again, it's coming down hard, but that savage low, they start trying to buy it up. So if we lose this level, the bottom of the value area is 455. And so if we take a look at that and we go, all right, what is that halfway spot? We have a low volume node here at about 470. So let's take a look and build it on both sides. In four or five trading days, if we just use 1, 2, 3, 4, Monday, right? If we go here from Monday, we literally have moved 15 points. So let's use that as the range on the upside, and let's use that same range on the downside. So we're looking at a 15-point range from where we are with price. That makes the put side 470. 460, 450. That's 74 cents. $1,000 move. And then this one, 15 up would be 500. 510. 520. So very interestingly, you'll notice the call side options, same distance away from price, taking twice as much premium. I find that to be very, very interesting. And so again,
What does that tell you, Anne-Marie?
What's that?
What does that tell you?
It tells me that they are still positioning for a reflexive bounce.
Yeah, that to me, it seems like traders want to buy the calls for a potential bounce off support. Okay, interesting. That's an interesting way to look at some of this stuff too.
Yeah, so what I would say is hang on to these looks, right? We've got the 500, 510, 520 on the call side. The put side looks great to go ahead and buy. It's a great security blanket for potential downside into options expiration coming in a couple of weeks. From the upside reflexive event, let's see how low we can go with the next forward press down. I'm looking literally, I'm looking for 480 in the Qs, maybe 478 if it absolutely has a watershed afternoon. And then those calls, your puts will be up, but then you can enter into the call position, and that call position might be less than $1. And so that might give you um, a really solid look at what might be going on. So that's my thought there. If we take a look at the way the broad market looks right now, as hard as it feels like everything is selling off, you wouldn't expect a map to look quite like this. You'd expect it to be
All red.
exactly. Exactly. And so what we're seeing is one, organized selling, two, rotation in that organized selling, and they're moving continuingly out of tech in general and into energy and staples. That is still a um, defensive position, but it could mean that there's things that might be showing up that that have fallen really, really far and now maybe holding, like Mondelez, right? Are these the snack guys you told me?
Yeah. They
Yeah,
own Oreo and all that. Yeah.
right. And so they fell off a cliff for a couple of days, right? Remember they had, I
Yep.
think they guided down. Is that right? No,
I can let
what
me pull it for you. I'm sorry, I don't have it memorized.
MDLZ.
MDLZ.
Yeah, so they guided down, and we were talking about how the the fat drugs might affect these guys, and yesterday maybe they sold off a lot, and now they're trying to flatten themselves out. Is this chart?
This is Mondelez. Yeah. Are we
I must be
confusing this
thinking
with
of
another
something
one?
else. No, that might not have been the one we were talking about then. In any case, look at these guys. They look way better than a lot of the market. And so, might not be a bad idea for uh, a short put spread. Um, yeah, I mean, these guys are holding up okay,
Yep.
especially on a day like today.
And just to be clear here, Mondelez has operated an independent organization since its split from the former Kraft Foods in North America grocery business in October of 2012. The firm is a leading player in the global snack enclave with a presence in the biscuit, chocolate, gum candy, beverage, and cheese and grocery aisles. So this
Biscuit.
is,
Do you suppose they mean cookies?
yeah, you know what? Probably Mondelez. Here you go. Mondelez's portfolio includes well-known brands like Oreo, Chips Ahoy, Halls, and Cadbury, among others.
Yeah. So, my thought is that this, who wants to go long in an environment like this, right? But there certainly are things that are moving that might be able to give us some sort of bullish pressure into maybe we go out into April, and nope, doesn't give us any real. Whoa, 70. Yeah, nothing there.
Okay.
Is there anything that you wanted to look at? I was
Well, I was wondering.
really digesting so much of this move, and then I don't know if it was news that came out. The market just hit a floor and then it opened up, right? And it just cascaded. I don't know if it was one of the Fed speakers. I don't know what it was,
So
but
we had a number of comments here. We had Putin saying that he was ready to end the war earlier today. That caused the market to bounce, but that rally has since been sold. So
right. right? Okay, so
So real
yeah,
quick, you started with app earlier,
yes,
APP.
mhm,
So this thing is gone completely the other direction. So what's
yes.
the I guess maybe that's one thing we should cover here. What's the move on this? Is this something that you triage, which you sometimes talk about? What's the move here on this play?
So this moved so savagely out of the range that the alert hit for 60% stop on the butterfly, and so it was time to leave it.
Okay.
Now, if you are thinking that the price action is going to do uh, something in terms of recovery or whatever, and I think we might have done this I put out in the Benzinga
Hmm.
newsletter. This one is new that's coming out, but this put action, when I first uh, put the trade out for the Benzinga newsletter, it was like $1.20. And so it's $3 now. And it, even though the price action is well past the middle strike, it's still got a ton of premium sitting in it because there's so much volatility packed on the low edge here. So that being said, what you easily could do with something like this is sell another middle strike inside of the call event to triage what's left. But for me, this one, I think we had the three. Did we have 330, 340, 350?
Correct. 330, 340, 350 for March.
Right. And so this one, I mean, I don't think triage here is worth anything because there's no real premium to collect down there at 340. There's a little bit. You could say, all right, I'm going to sell some more 340, 350s, but then you're going to open up a margin
Hmm.
event that will require more um, portfolio margining, and it's only going to give you 70 cents. Now, that 70 cents is going to pretty much take care of the entire amount that you paid for it, unless maybe it was
It was
a little
75 cents was the entry on that.
right. And so you could collect all of it. And if it moves back up and never gets to 340, you would have collected the credit and collected $1,000 if it goes to 340 and doesn't stop. So my thought, when a butterfly is this cheap and it gets down into a space, I would
Hmm.
rather not add a margin event. I would rather put it in someplace else. So let's
Okay.
take a look at what the price action is telling us. To me, falling here tells me it's only going to be a matter of time before it gets between 230 and 177.
Okay.
And so if you're looking at that 330, 340, 350, and it's sitting there and you're like, all right, I don't want to add anything there, or I'm simply going to cut it off. If you're staring down the other side of that and saying, all right, this thing is really in a bit of a watershed, maybe it does get down. Ooh, the spreads are terrible here. You could drive a
Yeah.
truck through them,
Yeah, you really can.
right? But if we get to 230 and then no, you know what? It might be better to do 220 because it's got that floor sitting right there into the middle, and we can see trader sitting there. So 220, 210, 200, 43 cents. You know, it certainly could go there. It's moving all the way around. I'd try to fill it at 50 cents or so.
Yeah.
Right. And then the goal would be if somehow we have some kind of, because remember, we're in a bear market, and the things that happens in bear markets is when the shorts get caught on the flat side, or they get caught flat-footed and they have to turn around and get out of the trade, you have the most savage neck snapping rallies that your mind could possibly imagine. And this is something that a lot of us um, don't really maybe remember because we haven't been trading for 20 years. The market's been going straight up for the last 15,
Yeah.
and it's just a nice buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And now we are going to see these things that absolutely go to the floorboard. You think, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. And then 30 minutes later, there's, you know, a 5% rally that starts on a chart. And so that's the thing that's going to make the butterfly very attractive. But the key event here now is until the market tells us otherwise, every bounce, we're going to think about selling
Yeah, no
something.
question.
Just sell it until it tells us that we're wrong, because it's going to come down into those spaces. We're going to be able to collect 30, 50, 70, 100% profit on our butterflies, and then we're just going to get out. Just quick
Okay.
strike in, out, and just, just feast on what the market gives us to eat at this juncture.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds real good. We got less than 2 minutes here, so I don't know if we can cover another trade. Is there anything else that you want to mention before we move over to Sandy?
Oh, no, not at all. Just go small size, folks. Just
Yeah. Seems
small
like that.
size.
I'll say this, Anne-Marie, I am definitely playing more defense than I am anything else right now. So in addition to sizing down on any trades that I do take, I am actually okay with just kind of passing some up.
Yes.
We'll see what happens here. We'll see when the market actually changes. I don't think chasing some of the volatility
Exactly.
plays at this point is a good idea. So we'll
Yeah.
wait for this to set up here. Okay, Anne-Marie,
Sounds
you're an
good.
absolute gem. I really appreciate it.
Have a good weekend.
Really
Enjoy
good
your
stuff.
birthday.
My birthday is actually a week from next Monday.
Oh, okay.
So the birthday present that I talked to you about, that was a little bit early,
All right.
which is
Very
okay.
good.
I'm gonna have a good weekend with that anyway.
All
Anne-Marie,
right.
thanks very much.
Take it easy.
Have a good one here. All right, that is Anne-Marie, folks. Really awesome stuff there. Sandra, I know that we're a little early here. You got kind of a thumbs up if you're ready to go. Bang. All right, let's go ahead. Let me actually, producer, help me out with some of the banners here. I can only do so many things at once. Let's go ahead and bring on Sandy here. Sandra, how are you doing? Is it Sandy or Sandra? I go
Good,
back and
Ron.
forth,
How are
and
you
I feel
doing?
like I am disrespecting you. Do you prefer Sandy or Sandra?
I like
great.
them
Sound
both,
good.
so feel free.
Okay, what do you got for us today?
Ooh, we're going to go over our NVIDIA trade. I don't know if you remember, but we did a put debit spread. So that ended up working out very well, and we automated the whole thing. So it was quite fun.
Awesome.
Today, we're going to go over some stocks that do well in low volatility. And the reason that is because right now there's a fund that's breaking out, and it's really about stocks that don't do a lot of movement, even when the VIX is high. So this might be interesting to just take a look at.
Sounds good. Options trading made simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello and happy Friday, guys. Let's go over our trade that we did on a Friday. Last Friday, we were looking at the market. The market was bouncing. And I don't know if you remember, but I'm going to place my cursor on that day, which was right here. We were actually on NVIDIA. We were looking at it only because I was noticing a whole bunch of high conviction flow going into the put side of that trade. And sometimes I really like to identify where option flow is going and then utilize it for a trade. So we had actually a list of stocks to take a look at from looking at basically a flow, and I was really liking the bounce that Nvidia did. Now, while we were doing this, I was like, it's always difficult, like on a live show, to get into a trade when you know you want to wait just a little bit longer. So on Friday, what we did is we automated a trade and said, look, if Nvidia popped up to 124.50, which was closer to this weekly expected move line because we were taking a bounce, let's get into a put debit spread. Now you could, automate that trade for just a straight put. You could automate these trades for any type of trade vehicle that you'd like to get into. So what we did is on Friday afternoon, right before the close, the trade triggered, which means that it executed all by itself because NVIDIA hit 124.50. In fact, it rose all the way to 125.09. So at the close of that Friday, we were down about 15-20% on that put debit spread. Open up on Monday, what ends up happening? Boom. And we end up getting a 50% profit right on that first day on Monday. Held it basically until yesterday and closed it. After, I always recommend, hey, if you get 50% on your debit spread, go ahead and remove some of your contracts, which I did that first day. And then for the remaining contracts, I just waited until yesterday, got the full entire profit off of that. So that was really nice if you got to get to experience that automation, number one, with Thinkorswim. And then number two, just see how that played out during the week. Even if you were in that trade still today, right? We're at 109. Our put debit spread was a 124, 125. So clearly you're in the money, you got your profit, go ahead and close it out before the end of the day so you don't get assigned any shares, right? So now as we're taking a look at NVIDIA, let's just do a quick review here on what NVIDIA looks like here. NVIDIA still looks bearish, and you can see these yellow consolidation lines. Now we're on a daily chart, so we've actually, from that consolidation band high, and you can actually see this trend line coming across here. You can actually see that we've had a couple days, 3 days within this last couple weeks that we did a bounce. I was expecting more of a bounce today because that seems to be what ends up happening on a Friday, but not today, not at all. This really does look like a continuation to the downside. You could see that we're breaking below our consolidation bands. And so really then for next week, what is our next week expected move? Down to 103.11. 103.11 for the low side and 116 for the high side. So even if we take a little corrective bounce, it's just going to be a lower high, right? At least for right now. You know what I really look at for a trend change, right, is really for price to break above that 20 EMA and for momentum to switch from below that zero line to above the zero line. So that's what I'm looking at. I read an article this week about stocks that do well. They're typically low volatility stocks, which means that they don't move very much, even when the VIX is high. Now, the VIX is at 25 right now. Let's take a look at VIX as an independent identifier here. And you can see the consolidation bands all the way back to December, right? We have been, looking at volatility spiking back in December 18th. And now look how it's rising to come meet that double top. So we're looking for VIX to get all the way back up to 2830. If VIX is just like a chart as an example, right, then we're really looking for this double top before we kind of make a reprieve. So typically speaking, the market will correct. These corrections happen throughout, the trading year always, 5%, 10% is pretty typical. If we start to get, bigger than that, then all of a sudden we could all, see a change. Now, it seems like lately the market has just been, moving with every tweet that's out there. And so there is a lot of chatter going on, lots of news events. However, if you still create your strategy on that chart and then say, as an example, right, if VIX gets above the 28 area or the 28.36, that may be time to really look at the market and go, okay, is this now is it going to be a double top and roll over? If the VIX rolls over after it does a double top, we can see a nice rally come back, right? So that's what we're looking for when we take a look at the VIX, because the VIX is really an opposite gauge of the market. When the VIX is running high, then the market is low. Let's take a look at those stocks, because I thought this was interesting when I read this article. And SPLV is the ETF for this. SPLV contains stocks that don't move very much when the VIX is high. So they're basically called like low volatility stocks, because if the VIX is high and these stocks don't move very much, then this is an interesting play on the market, right? If you're looking for something where it's more of a safe haven, this might be an area to park your money. And the ETF is called SPLV, and you can see that it says 500 low volatility ETF. So I found this interesting as we were looking for January. Look at how this ETF has performed really quite well. As the market has been going down, this really kind of, got its bid here. You can see momentum staying positive. Looks like we came down and then we bounced from that zero line, which is that momentum is bouncing. So this is an interesting ETF. Now, let me tell you what the stocks are in here, and it might, kind of surprise you. So T-Mobile, as an example, right? So I guess T-Mobile doesn't move very much when the market's moving. Let's take a look at it, because this ETF has got me kind of curious here. What is T-Mobile? TMUS. Let's take a look. So TMUS, look at it, doing fairly well comparably than what the market is doing, right? How about Cisco? That's a blast from the past. Let's take a look at Cisco. Cisco, kind of flatlining here, going sideways, but you can see momentum is low. But as this ETF represents that these are the stocks that don't move very much, even when the market's moving big time. So Cisco down a little bit. Let's look at GE. That's very well known. I think they changed this. Is it GEV? That's interesting. Let me just take a look at that. GE Veronica. That's not it. It's got to be GE. Yeah, I think it might be GE. I'm going to have to re-look at that one on the ETF. I think I might be getting GE mixed up with another one. So let's just remove that one. How about Abbott? ABT? So we take a look at Abbott. Look at how Abbott looks comparably, right? Look at Abbott, then just look at SPY as an example, right? So kind of cool to see this. How about Amazon? So this is interesting because, I'm familiar with Amazon. I think most of us are. This is kind of a big mover. So, but look at it. So this definitely is following the market, but this is in that ETF. AON, let's take a look at that really quick. Look at that upward movement, even though it's been down today, it's making a higher low, right? While the market is making a lower low. So that's really interesting to see. And then, and I'm not familiar with Aon, to be quite honest with you. I have to do some research there. How about Apple? Pretty well known here. I think I'm doing that wrong. AAPL. Apple kind of going sideways while SPY and the Qs are going down. So this is holding up really well as we take a look at each one of these stocks that this ETF has that actually is more defensive versus what the market's doing. And then Berkshire Hathaway coming out with some news. Recently taking out, closing down positions in the US, which I found surprising. So that's interesting. Looks like he's doing a lot of investing in Japan. So just something to consider since he does very well. Or you could just get into his ETF, right? And then, so these are basically large cap stocks with smaller price fluctuations as the market, right, is fluctuating greatly. So something to think about, if nothing else, you could take a look at this ETF and learn more about it. I thought it was very interesting. I'm definitely going to be putting on a watch list like these stocks just to keep them in mind as the market, right? As we're making lower lows, what are some of these stocks doing? Because these are some of the stocks that you could utilize as a defensive play. So let's see. I wanted to go over a couple tickers today that had a lot of option flow. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Looking at COP, ConocoPhillips, getting some puts today, a lot of puts. Looking for an 87.5 move by August. So they're buying a lot of time here. Let me just take a look at this and see how it looks on a weekly. Wow. Big candle down. Look at that engulfing candle. Just taking the whole, just really huge, right? Got a little pop today. That's interesting. So this is wow. So they're looking at 87.50. The low for next week is 87.16. They did buy a lot of time on this for an August play. We don't have to do an August play, but we can take a look at that. That doesn't actually look too bad. Let me look at it on a daily. Having a nice little bounce here. Got momentum coming up, cresting above the 100 line. Still think we kind of have some more room to go, to be honest with you. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, I think we might have a little bit of room to go before this thing actually breaks down again. And then you see how this, I like looking for short swings on a 15 and a 1 hour. You could see on a 15 how momentum actually kind of came down and is not breaking that zero line. So actually, this is looking quite well for maybe continuing a little higher, possibly getting maybe to that 91.72 range before it breaks down again, or maybe at today's high. We could list it for today's high and do a put trade. Let's take a look at some other ones. We got Pep Boys with some calls, automotive, right? Oh, this actually looks nice. So on a 15 and a 1 hour, coming up to some resistance here on a 1 hour. You could see that the weekly expected move is up here. It's almost making it. Let's see here. Really kind of a nice pattern for what we've been experiencing in the market as a whole. This actually looks pretty good for a little bounce. We got some 165 calls, so almost $10. That's interesting. So next week's move is approximately to 160 on the high side, approximately 153 on the low side. I kind of like this trade right here. On a daily, you can see momentum is still strong. It's curled up. The wave of energy is curling to the upside. If we break above that 100, we could go right back up to the 200 on momentum. Oh, I like Pep Boys here. And then Adobe. Let's take a look at Adobe. All right. So Adobe here, let's look at it. Oh, well, no wonder. Adobe actually coming into its low today. What is its low today? So its low today is at 442. And the low on this candle is 442.04, kind of doing a double bottom here. What do we have for this? 460 calls. Wow. 15-minute, not looking great. 1 hour, not looking great, but I do like that it's holding its support right here. You could see where a number of days back, we hit this support level and bounced, hit this support level and bounced again. But it looks like we actually broke it today a little, and we're popping right back up. I do not like the way momentum looks here. However, does somebody know something about Adobe that we don't, right? So I'm like looking at Adobe going 460. What would what would I want here to make this a play? I don't like how momentum keeps going high and price keeps following it, and then it comes right back down. The bulls can't catch a bid here. But if it breaks this week, right? If it breaks this week's high, which is this candle, this high is at 453.26. Okay, so wow. 453.26, and we're actually right there right now. So this is interesting. Okay. Well, now that I looked at that, let me just see. Today's high was at 452.51. Wow. I don't know. I actually don't like this for a trade. I'm trying to think, how would I automate something right here? We could say that this could actually, if this holds, if this area holds, this could be a nice shelf for a bounce. Bounce up to 446.25. We could go up to 453 to do that double top here by next week. Momentum, if it doesn't break below that 100 line, I don't know. I don't, it's not my favorite. I have to go with, let's see, I think it was Pep Boys right now. That's my favorite. Let's take a look real quick before we get, well, let me do this right now as we're thinking about it. So on an hourly, this looks pretty good. On a daily, this looks really nice. And then on a 15, still pumping. Look at that. This actually looks really good. I kind of have a feeling that we might get a pullback, but this thing right now has some really nice strength in the market. I typically would not want to go opposite of what's happening in the market, this kind of counter trend trade, but I do like where it's going here. So we're looking at, I thought this was Pep Boys, but it's actually Pepsi. How interesting. My bad. PEP 165 calls, guys. And this is for April 17th. So this is not too far off that we have some institutional flow coming in here. We could actually just take a long call here. Or we could do, again, gosh, we have such good results with the debit spreads. Less risk, less reward. Let's take a look and see how much it would cost us to take a long call and then do a debit spread. So on PepsiCo, that's funny, I thought it was Pep Boys. We have a 165 call. Now they're doing it for April 17th. So that's actually next week. I kind of like that. Been looking at the butterflies with Anne-Marie here. Remind me, I'm going to talk about expected moves really quick with SPX. Been having some luck with that. So as we take a look at the 165 calls, we can see that, oh my gosh, these are like really cheap. So I wonder if this is just a, kind of, do I have the right date here? No, it's for April. So it is kind of far off. So it's April, did I write that down wrong? April 17th, here we go. And we got 165 calls for 172. They've already gone up about 30 cents since I last took a look at them this morning. So as I take a look at this today, I'm thinking that's not bad. For $173 or so, you're getting 41 days of time value here, which is really nice. If we wanted to see, but that's if you want to be in the trade that long, right? So with that, let's take a look at a debit spread right now. And I wouldn't go all the way out to the 165, but let's say that we did. If we did, let's see, let's do the 165, 160, 165. That's pretty good. So that's still $172 for the same time period. So really not much value here. But as I look at the chart, I want to see what the expected move is for next week, because I do like to do weekly income here. And we're looking at about 5 points. So 4.5 points, give or take. Now, guys, if you haven't used this on Thinkorswim, it's so nice to just identify, as an example, what the expected move, right, is going to be for a stock. So your expectations are in line. So here we have 4.5 points, and we're at 156. So it takes us to around the 160 level. If we look at the 160, look, that's not bad. A 96 cents, almost $1 to go out for next week. Let's take a look now at the debit spread as an example. And let's see, I usually like to just take it at the money. So if we take the 157.50, 160, about the same price. Now, what the debit spread allows you to do is actually hold on to the trade much longer, because when you're buying that 157.50 call and you're selling that 160 call, what that ends up doing is it's hedging your position. And so as it's hedging the position, right, it literally is giving you diamond hands, so to speak. Because if this just ends up going sideways or goes down a little bit, you'll be able to hold it much longer than you would on the call. So I actually don't mind this play, but I actually think I'm going to go just with the regular 160 calls, because they're about the same price. And I think PepsiCo is looking really good here. I kind of like it, but I wouldn't be putting on too many contracts. So let's take a look and see what our expected move would be here. So for next week, it's around the 160.50. This is a cool indicator. What it does is it prevents me from going back and forth on the trade tab. If you email me at sandra@tradingmadesimple.org, I'll give it out to you. By the way, if you don't know about automations and you want to take a look at what type of services we offer, you could go to tradingmadesimple.org. I always forget to even mention it. But so this just prevents you from going over to the trade tab and then looking over at it. But you could see we're at about the 160. I really like this play. We're breaking above this week's expected move. Oftentimes when we break above it, we typically, the odds of you going higher is there. So I really like how momentum looks on a daily. Let me just check up 4-hour really quick. Still looks really nice. I actually like this play. I think I'm just going to go in for the 160 calls right here, and put maybe like a 25% stop loss on this. Now, if you wanted, by the way, let's go ahead and automate that while we have a couple minutes here. So let's go ahead and automate a stop loss and a take profit. So if I was to just right click this and say buy custom, I could then go over to the OCO bracket, if I can keep online there. So now I have basically a bracket that allows me to program this order. Now, if I don't want to program an entry price for Pepsi, I don't have to. I can just let that go in, right? But for the take profit here, you can see it automatically gives me a take profit. And there's this little icon right here that's like a paper clip. And you can see that if I click on it, it then allows me, let me click it off so that you could see it. You see how there's nothing here? You'd never know you can actually do something here. So if I click it, it gives me a plus or minus sign. So right now, you could do this with stock too, by the way. So either stocks or options. For stocks, you're just going to want to go up to price and just right click and say buy custom. And then for options, you're going to do exactly what we just did a moment ago. But that little icon allows you then to adjust this. And you can adjust this to either a percentage, or you can adjust it to a dollar amount. So for here as an example, if I didn't want to use any of those, and I said, well, I actually think that PepsiCo's going to go to 160. What I could do is just click that off, go over to the gear icon, and right over here, I'm going to hover over where it says symbol. And when I hover over symbol, you can see as soon as I just click it, it fills it in for me. So as it fills it in, I'm just going to say, okay, that's the one I want. You could see it says method is mark. It automatically defaults to mark, even though there's a drop-down menu there. So I'm going to leave it on mark. And then the trigger is above or equal to or below or equal to. So here you could say, hey, if this gets above, the second one is above. And how do I know that? Well, I could just look right down here and it actually tells me what I'm programming. So right here, it's telling me that the security is greater or equal to, so I know I have the right trigger. And then your threshold is actually the stock price. So here I'm going to say, if we get to 159, I always like to get out just a little early. So if I say get out at 159, we can go ahead and program that in. Now, what this condition means is that it's saying, hey, when this happens, I want you to do what? And so it says, hey, when this happens, when this condition happens, I want you to do what? And then you come up here. So now, because we're basing our analysis on stock price and not option price, we just go over here and say, I want you to then sell me those contracts. And this is going to, by the way, when you're here and you tab out, this should have already done something. Now I'm noticing that it's not doing it. So I recognize that there's an issue here. I do not know why. So I'm going to save it here and I'm going to come over here and see if I can correct it. And it's not allowing me. This is really interesting that this just happened. I might have to like reset that. I think it was because I messed around with my little things right here. So that's interesting. Let me see if I could do it again. No, it's not allowing me, even though I have this programmed in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to try that over again, say by custom with an OCO bracket. Now, instead of me messing around with my triggers, let me go in here and then program that back up. I'm going to say 159. Tab out. It's really interesting that I'm having an issue with this today. Right when you fill this section out, this should give you an opportunity to say, hey, I want a limit order. And then it'll say bid or ask. And typically I would put a 00 here, just like that. Let me see if I'm able to do it. Okay, so this actually works like that. And then if I check it, let me just make sure. That's fine. I'm going to put this till good till cancel, and it's not allowing me. I think there might be a little glitch here. So sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens just with Thinkorswim, by the way. So what I'm going to do is instead of, I'm going to put all of these till good till cancel. And hopefully, let me take a look at it now. Okay, good till cancel. So now I can save it. So now I get to determine what is my stop loss. So if you define your risk, it's always the best. So here, I'm just going to hit that little trigger and I'm going to say a negative 25%. So if I put a negative, you can see that it's got $1 and now I hit percentage and I'm going to say 25% and just tab out of there. And now when I confirm and send, you'll see that it says, hey, buy me this call. And then it says sell it when the call, and look at this, what it says, base at a negative 112. Hey guys, I'm really sorry. Here it is right here at 159. This should not say 112 though. So I am looking at this and trying to figure out why there is a problem with my platform today. I do not know why. I'm going to have to call Schwab. Whenever there's an issue with your automations, the first thing you need to do is call Schwab. I think what I'll do though is go ahead and stick in a couple of these contracts to take advantage of that. I'm going to call Schwab right now and figure out why I'm having a problem putting in my stop loss and my take profit. Now, even though you have the trade that's in, you can always go back in once I figure out what's going on with the platform. I may need to just reset it. Then I'll be able to go back in, put an OCO in for a take profit and a stop loss. Sorry, I ran late. Guys, have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.